you. about learning is that no one can take it away from you. I welcome you all a very warm good morning in the one-week faculty development program organized by Department of Cybersecurity. I, P. Richta from third year, take this opportunity to present the welcome note on this one-week faculty development program. On behalf of department, I welcome today's speaker, Mr. Ajit Menon, Project Manager, Information Security Services, CDAC Hyderabad guest. Now I would like to welcome Secretary Sri S. Jagannath Reddy sir, our Dean of the institution, Dr. B. M. Khanna sir, our CEO, Mr. S. Holidar Reddy sir, our Head of Department Cybersecurity, Professor M. Swarnalata madam, conveners of program, faculty coordinators, organizing committee members, students, and last but not the least, our delegates for this one-week faculty development program. Now I would take this opportunity to invite Professor M. Swarnalata ma'am, Head of Cybersecurity Department, on the dais. Now I would like to invite Sri S. Jagannath Reddy sir, Secretary of Sphoorthy Engineering College. Now I invite Dr. B. M. Khanna, Professor of Dean, Sphoorthy Engineering College. Now I would like to invite our guest, Mr. Ajit Menon, Project Engineer, Information Security Services, CDS, Hyderabad guest. Now I would like to request present the bouquet and shawl to the guest by Mr. S. Jagannath Reddy, Secretary of SPHM. Professor M. Swarnalata ma'am is the head of the Department of Cybersecurity of Sphoorthy Engineering College. She obtained her MTech and MSc in the field of CSC. She is an excellent professor with determination and dedication. Ma'am worked as an assistant professor in Indian Institution of Engineering and Technology and Indian Group of Institution and in Nishan College of Engineering and Technology. Ma'am has special skills in teaching the subjects like PPS, C++, design and analysis of algorithm, etc. Ma'am has participated in a national conference on research advancements in computational informatics, organized by annual group of institutions held on 16th and 17th March 2018. Now I request Ms. M. Swarnalata ma'am to give few words of FDP. Good morning to all. Today we are conducting FDP on cybersecurity from the CS department. So first of all, we will lighten the lamp, and after that we will start the session. the dignitaries of the dais, so respected Secretary Sir Jagan Mohan Reddy Garu, Dean of the Academics Dr. Kannan Garu, and our Speaker Ajit Menon Garu. So in teaching here, teaching is the highest form of learning and research is the manifestation. So teachers should not lack the style of teaching and should be more cautious and responsible in updating and upgrading themselves to meet the need of the students of the present scenario. In the present scenario, internet is entering into each and every part of human life, which increases chances of cyber crimes. So, thus it is important to be very cautious about the use of technology during this technological era. A faculty should become a cyber ambassador so that he or she can make people aware about the threats and cyber security. Keeping need of cybersecurity awareness in mind, our Sphoorthy Engineering College Management has organized a one-week faculty development program on cybersecurity. Duration of this FDP is from 27 December to 31st December 2022, in which expert Ajit Menon from cybersecurity domain are going to provide hands-on guidance to the participants. By this FDP, the faculty will get acquainted to new technology and its application. This program will also promote interaction with the scientific communities and provide awareness and training for cybersecurity. So not only this program will provide, this program also will provide an overview of cybersecurity, information security and cryptography, how to use digital forensic tools, value and penetration testings. So all these aspects to help the academic understanding importance of these aspects in real life scenarios. So I request one and all to avail this opportunity and make use of this. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your words. Shri S. Jagannath Reddy sir is the Secretary and Correspondent of Sphoorthy Engineering College. He obtained his post-graduation degree in the field of statistics and education. He is an excellent academician with determination and dedication at the forefront. He formulated guiding principles and policies which play an important role in the institutional framework. His amicable nature has evolved excellence and commitment towards work in both employees and students.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome, Mr. Ajit Menon, sir, for this Friday DP program. I congratulate the Department of Cyber Security for taking initiative to organize this one-week DP program because technology always evolves and faculty must be told. And further, this kind of initiative definitely going to very lot and accepting invitation. I thank Ajit for accepting the invitation to conduct this one-week program. And these days, because of digitalization, this cyber security is going to play a very, very important role. And all those areas or topics are really new to everybody. Definitely, we need guidance and training so that we can ourselves get equipped so that we can pass on the same knowledge to the other students. And I think some of the students also participate. Make use of this one-week program, take it seriously and we try to learn as much knowledge as possible so that definitely it is going to help in your career. We once again congratulate the cybersecurity department and faculty and students for taking this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. B.M. Kannan is an automobile engineer having done BE in automobile engineering from IRTT. ME in Automobile Engineering from MIT University, Anna University, and PhD from NITTR, Chennai. Sir has worked in several core industries like Ashok Leyland, Autonet, TCS, and Siemens for about 6 years, and also worked in different reputed engineering colleges and universities for 21 years. He is a frequent speaker in industries and academic events. His doctorate is in automobile engineering and engineering education. Using tests above, he trained more than 3,000 engineering and polytechnic faculty on different titles, ranging from IDDS to creativity in engineering education. He anchored various international HR talent and women empowerment programs for participants from there 27 countries under MHRD, India scheme through NITTR. Sir is a dynamic orator with easy and persuasive language, able to influence people to emerge and live to them. Highly motivated and experienced coach focused on developing confidence and social skills to foster their personal growth.
Good morning. Thanks for introducing me in a greater light. I hope I will improve it. Respected dignitaries on the stage and my dear friends on the stage. Today, once again, my life started in the memory lane. Once Mr. Rajiv Menon came into the cabin, we started catching up some nostalgic memories that started from his own backyard Palakkad. We went to his team in Europe, so a lot of memory catching we do. Thanks, thank you so much for that. Coming down to the program today, even our guest mentioned all the emerging technology we have in this college. Then I said, sir, only emerging technology we have in this college. So when we visited Delhi IST for some other reason, I came to know that we are the only one institute of this gold step long before anybody, they wake up or they clean their eyebrow. So this college took the very, very bold step, having predicted, having guessed what is going to happen in this field, so they took the bold step. Yes, all the credit goes to the college, yes, fine. Is it only a credit? No, it is a responsibility. The moment you say you are the forerunner, the moment you say you are the trendsetter, it carries a lot of responsibilities. See, today the world is either you should take one step forward or automatically you are going one step backward. Either you are going forward or automatically you are going backward. That is the point. Especially, we are the forerunners in this field, setting all the emerging technology in this campus. Our responsibility is to take care how to go forward, how to catch up with the requirements. So in that spirit, this FDP is having a lot of sense and purpose. Especially, they are able to write some very good research today for us. And the moment they start discussing with us, it means again, very good catch up. It is going to be next wonderful 1 week. I hope the research is a research. When we make use of it, that is going to make sense to our life. So every participant of this program will be able to live up to the expectation of our guests first, so that we can do ourselves. Number two, the trend today is the big jargons we are talking about. Citing cyber security, big jargons. Everybody started talking. Will that be suffice? No. No longer we can live in that luxury paradise. It is going to be really tricky. Unless otherwise, we bend our back, really get into the indeed nuances of the technology, we are going to be little question loss and once we get ousted. So my dear friends, no longer we have the luxury of only touching the tip of the iceberg, but this is the time to dwell in the deepest valley of cyber security. Now there is an option. Mr. Ajit Madden especially, he is claiming himself, and I'm so happy to state in front of him he seems to be very inclined towards hands-on rather than the PPT-based discourse, all these things. I'm so happy that in this field that is what required today. So my dear friends, we have the opportunity, we have the resource. How to make use of it, it is in our hands. Wish you all the best. Thank you very much for the opportunity given.
Thank you so much, sir. Ajit Nayan, currently work as project engineer, Information Security Services, Department of CDAC Hyderabad. He is certified ethical hacker and certified computer hacking and forensic investigator. He has also done certifications on telecom security. He has served as the head of security research and testing at Xerox Business and Technology Solutions, Bangalore. At CDAC, his primary responsibilities includes planning and creation of penetration testing methods, scripts and tests, carry out remote testing of a client's network or on-site testing of their infrastructure and applications to expose weakness in security. Simulate security breaches to test a system's relative security. To perform research on new threats, penetration testing strategies, and to find vulnerabilities and security loopholes in new technology trends. He has also worked in Toshiba Software India Private Limited as software QA test engineer. Energetic, enthusiastic, and proactive, Ajit is known for taking active initiative and wears many hats such as the web developer, tester, trainer, and several more. His primary domain of interest and expertise is in social engineering. OSINT techniques, web, mobile, and blockchain application testing. He has presented his papers in various forums and journals and is an active member at international and national cybersecurity communities like IBM Security Community, SCNS Security Community, Null Security Community, and has been a consistent contributor in these forums. He has an associative member at National Cyber Safety and Security Standards, and he volunteers at Kerala Police Cyberdome project. He also provides awareness and technical sessions at many schools, colleges, and corporates across the nation.
Thank you for the introduction, and I thank Sphoorthy College and management for giving me this opportunity. So, our dignitaries told, cybersecurity is everywhere. You take any industry, small scale, large scale, any department, manufacturing, designing, fashion, cybersecurity is everywhere. The design that you create for the fashion trend, if it is stolen from the system, that's done. So in the small scale industry, you go to a shop, you buy something, you pay using UPI, that can be hacked. So you take any department, any industry, any level, cybersecurity is there. I remember one quote from one of the FBI director of 2012, New York. So he has told, there are two companies in this world. One which is already hacked, one which is yet to be hacked. So saying this, I hope you will get whatever I can share, I will share, and it will be interactive hopefully, because I don't believe in this. So whatever we do, it will be live. So we have certain labs, because hacking is illegal. So we have prepared some labs which is reflecting the actual environment that will be outside the industry. But along with that, we will try to use some live websites also for your advantage. So I hope the session will be interesting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. session will be preceded by Mr. Ajit Singh.
అటు వేద్దాం ఆడ తీసుకుంటారుగా అవును
Because we need to understand how an attack works. Then only we will be able to defend it. Right? So first 2 days we will be focusing on the attacks. The rest 3 days we will be focusing on the defending part or the forensic part. Okay? So I'm not a PPT guy, but for the basics I'm just having a small PPT. We'll start with that. Then we will go on. You know? So to start with, I want it to be an interaction session. So interaction session means that will be more interesting. I don't want to be the radio here. So what is hacking? What do you think hacking is? Any answers from? everything is happening. Okay. Clear answer? Sir has told it will log estimate data illegitimate. That is happening. Will be that one. It's a loophole. A system having a loophole or a security flow, that is called a vulnerability, right? So vulnerability can arise in networks, okay, some components, network components, a system or software, right? Why I have marked this is that we need to have this on focus. So what, as a penetration tester, what I do is that I hunt for vulnerabilities in the system or a software. Right? So now what is penetration testing? Checking for a vulnerability. Okay?
Gaining access of the system.
Sorry?
Penetration means gaining access of other system like target system.
Correct. Penetration testing is the testing of a system where we try to penetrate into the system, right? Now, let me ask you one thing. So there is a common term in the industry. When you go to any cybersecurity industry, okay, there is a common term, okay, vulnerability assessment and penetration testing, which is highly confusing in nature. What do you think is the difference between vulnerability assessment and penetration testing? This is one of the major questions that can come in a cybersecurity interview. What is the major difference between vulnerability assessment and penetration testing?
Vulnerable assessment is like that, where we are going to search for the vulnerabilities like what are the loopholes and how can, by taking out, scanning the entire system, where we can have some assessment.
Okay.
And penetration testing is like that, by using this data, where we can find a way to enter into the system.
Exactly. So vulnerability assessment is a test where we scan or we assess the entire system or software for loopholes. Okay, when we identify these loopholes, we try to report that
to the authorities or the organization. But in penetration testing, what we do is that we got some data. Okay, there is a loophole there. Okay, we try to exploit that vulnerability, gain access to the system, and see what an attacker can perform through that. Okay, so this is the major difference. So when you are exploiting the system, that comes under penetration testing. Okay, now tell me what is exploit? That is correct. But what is an exploit?
So utilizing the holes, loopholes and all.
Okay, utilizing the holes. For utilizing the holes, we need to have an exploit. So what do you mean by exploit? Sorry? Hole. Malware. Malware is an exploit. Okay. Any other? See, don't feel shy. This 5 days, we are actually friends. We are discussing some things. So if you are wrong, I am here to correct. If I am wrong, I want you to understand that through the activities we perform and try to rectify them. Because there are certain challenges at the end which you will be performing. Okay. So I hope you will cooperate.
So exploiting is the taking advantage of the vulnerability by exploiting it.
Okay.
Like
You are partially correct. So exploit is a method or a program that we write or create to use that particular vulnerability to gain access or perform malicious activities. Okay. So there is something called adversary simulation. Okay. So when it comes to the industry, so there are two teams. Okay. When one is red team, blue team. What is the job of the red team is that they perform adversary simulation. Adversary simulation in the sense they try to act as a threat or an attacker. They try to attack the system. Okay. Then we have the blue team who is the defending part. Okay. They prepare softwares, configure firewalls to protect our system. Okay. I'm not sure whether you are able to see my screen. So I won't be boring you with the PPT more, but in certain basic concept we need to understand till the end of our sessions. So that is why we are just introducing this basic concept. So one is then we have fundamentals of cybersecurity. Have you heard about CIA triad? Okay, so that is a basic concept where why we are protecting what we are protecting. That is the most important thing, right? So what we are protecting. When you start with the security assessment, we need to understand what are the assets that we need to protect. Say for example, I am asking you to do a penetration testing for my software. Okay, my software will be having dependencies, right? I'll be having AWS. Okay, I'll be having some components that is in AWS. Say for example, I am using a Cognito. Cognito is an IAM. Okay, Identity and Access Management. Okay, which is in AWS. Okay, so whether that will be in scope, can I hack that? Okay, so scoping is a first and foremost important thing when it comes to a penetration testing. Okay, we need to understand what we are protecting. Then only we will be able to start the process. So CIA triad helps us to understand why we are protecting. CIA means confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Correct. So confidentiality means whatever data that we are communicating. Okay. If it is private, it should not go to a third party. Yeah. So elements of information security. Like I told you, confidentiality is the privacy of a particular data. Then we have integrity. Integrity is the process by which we are making sure that the data is not tampered. Then we have availability. So availability in the sense, whenever a normal, genuine customer asks for particular data, that should be available, right? Then we have two more. So this is the triad, but we have addition of two more things. One is authenticity. Okay, authenticity means it should be like the data that has been transferred should be authentic in nature. Okay. Then we have non-repudiation. Non-repudiation is that I am sending some message to you, and I should not be in a state where I will be denying that I have sent this message, right? That should be the non-repudiation. Now we will come for the type of hackers. Okay. So we have, I'm not sure whether it is clear there. We have black hat. Okay, the bad guys. Okay. So they will use hacking to perform malicious activities. Then we have the white hat, who is the good guys. They will hack. If they find some loopholes, they will report to the authorities, and they don't do no malicious stuff with whatever they got. Then we have the grey hat, which is in between. They do both the stuffs. Then we have, based on the level of knowledge or level of advancement, we have script kiddies who are new to hacking. They will use some tools which is written by others. Then we have state-sponsored hackers, like APT groups. Have you heard about APT groups? Advanced Persistent Threats. So you might have seen in the news, right? Chinese attack, Indian. How many of you heard about AIMS news? So that was an APT attack. So APTs are groups where they have sophisticated techniques and tools which they use to attack certain targets, and they are backed by state. Some states, or states in the sense some nations, they sponsor them for the cyber warfare. Okay. Then we have activists. Good example is anonymous group. Okay. So they stand for some cause. For example, some political or religious cause. They stand for that. How many of you heard about recent attack against India by Dragon Force Malaysia? Okay, Mumbai police website got hacked. Thane website. So this was a hacktivism. Okay. So you might have heard about Nupur Sharma's case, right? When that came up, certain groups in Malaysia, they started attacking India. Okay. So that is actually for a political reason or a religious reason. So that is called a hacktivism. Okay. Police website got hacked. Thane website. So whenever there is an attack, there are. Okay. So you might have heard about Nupur Sharma's case, right? When that came up, certain groups in Malaysia, they started attacking India. Okay. So that is actually for a political or religious reason. So that is called a hacktivism. Okay. So every attack, there will be three things. One is the motive. Okay. Motive of that attack. Why that attack happened. Then there is a goal for that particular attack. Say for example, I am targeting your organization. Okay. There can be two things. One is I want to cause some nuisance. Okay. I want to, for example, I am performing an ransomware attack on your college. Okay. There are two things. My goal will be like I want to get some data or ransom. Okay. Now more than money, we are data is more valuable. Okay. So I want to get more data. Say for example, you might have seen a lot of attacks on schools, colleges. What is the impact? What if like if I am an attacker, what is the gain for me? I am taking some students' data. How can I use this data? Any idea? Sorry?
Like marketing, that is very important, like marketing, personal data.
No, I am asking why I am targeting colleges. I can are targeting some banks, credit card numbers and all, right? Why colleges? What will I get from schools and colleges? How come? I'm just taking data. I'm not doing anything else. I'm just attacking schools or colleges. I'm taking some students' data. Say for example, I took your 2012 batch B.Tech rank list. Okay, I mean the entire score list. Or 2021, the last pass out. I'm taking the scores. What will I get from this? Exactly. See, whatever data I am taking, every single data has some kind of a value. Okay. If I am marketing this to some kind of a consultancy, that is a direct market which they can use. They will give me enough cash. Whatever I am asking, they are ready to pay. Because I have the entire list of students from this particular college, right? And with their marks. Okay. Now, say for example, this age attack. Okay. What will be the motive of that particular group? See, why I am asking this is that when you do a forensic analysis, you should understand the motive of the hacker. Okay. You should understand the motive of the hacker because what will happen is that hackers are reduced, right? They will perform something like a DOS attack. Okay. When every security team will be working against that, they will plan some other attack. Okay. It's like a diversion. So you need to understand the exact possible motive of a hacker. Okay. So what do you think is the motive of this particular attack? I'm leaving it to you because still there's a lot of rumors around going on. So I'm leaving it to you. So think about that. Why they were targeting schemes? So there should be a method of like motive after motive. I should use a method for the attack. Okay? And that method will deal later. And then we have a vulnerability. Okay? I have a method. But for that method to work, we need to have a vulnerability in the system. Right? So then we have types of attacks. So there are many, like what is passive attack? Okay? Say for example, sir is communicating with me. Okay? There is a third party. Okay? He is just within the network. He is just listening to the communication. He is not doing anything. He is just sitting there listening to the communication. Okay? No tampering there. Okay? That is called a passive attack. So there are many. Then we have active attacks. Active attacks are when this particular attacker sits within the network. They will listen, they can monitor, and they can actually change the data. For example, I am sending 10,000 to sir. Okay? An attacker is there. He will try to change the account number of sir to his account. Okay, that is an active attack. Okay, some tampering will be happening there. This particular attacker sits within the network. Then there is close attacks. Okay, where the attacker will be nearby. Okay, there is recently there was one attack. Okay, how many of you use credit cards or debit cards? So how many of you have that tap functionality? So there was an attack reported long back, but it's still a few of them are still available. So there is something called NFC, near field communication. Okay, you're engineering students, you might know better than me. So there was a device which I can put it in the pocket. Okay, you will be, how many of you put the purse in the backpack? Normally boys does that. Even I do that. I put it in the backpack. If you standing in the bus stand waiting for the bus or in the malls, okay, this attacker, he will have a device. He will come and keep the device here, and he will stand just behind us. What happens is that this will work as a tap option. He will take the money and he can leave. Okay. To prevent that, there is RFID protectors in the wallet. Right? This is just an example for closed attack. It's in the so this attack will happen in the close proximity. Right? Another example is Bluetooth attack. Okay. So performing a Bluetooth attack, I should be in the range of that particular Bluetooth, or in the Wi-Fi attacks, I should be available in the range of that particular Wi-Fi. Then we have insider attacks. Okay. Say for example, your organization, your college has strong firewalls, user detection system, everything is set up. Okay. I'm not able to penetrate. What I do? Simple. Humans are always the weakest, right? I'll just go to one guy who is working in your college. I will drive him. I'm just saying, just put this pen drive in your system, right? That is it. Okay, that is insider attack. And within the organization, someone is trying to perform an attack or help an attack. Okay. Then we have distribution attack. So distribution attack will be happening where, say for example, I am creating a new device, mobile device. Okay. I am sending it to all these bank employees. I am saying that it is the safest mobile device. Okay. What I am doing is that when this mobile device is getting distributed, I am putting a small piece of code which is malicious, okay, within the software, okay, which is nobody is able to find out because it comes with the audience, right? So this type of attacks are similar like this. Like when the distribution starts, okay, this particular malicious should be installed, okay, and no one knows that it is happening, right? One example is that there is something called over-the-air attack. Some updates when it is pulled from the servers. The malicious actors, Chinese actors, which was done on a router. Okay. Have you heard about SolarWinds? SolarWinds attack? You can Google it. So SolarWinds is similar. So what they do, what they take. So in some kind of a firmware update, they have installed some malicious code where it was getting downloaded during the distribution. So this is actually a kill chain, a small outline is not that clear, so I'll explain. First is actually the reconnaissance, okay? The part where we understand the target, okay? Say for example, I want to attack one organization. I need to understand what type of system they are using. Say for example, I want to attack this college, and everyone in your college is using Mac systems, okay? How can I use Windows malware to attack on your Mac? Right? So for understanding, to attack a target, you need to understand entire infrastructure, what type of network they are using, what type of firewall is available. So this phase is called reconnaissance phase, or blueprinting phase, or information gathering phase. Once I got the idea, say for easy understanding, I am performing an attack on your HOD ma'am. Okay. So I am targeting HOD ma'am. I got to know she is having an Android. Okay. Now I got the understanding. Now is the weaponization. I got some information that she is using WhatsApp phone. So this phase is called. Now is the weaponization phase. I create a malware for Android because I got to know that she is using Android in the recon phase. Now is the delivery. So to deliver this particular payload, I am using WhatsApp, which also I got from the recon phase, right? And then is the exploitation. So exploitation, what is happening is that I will be attaching some kind of a image, okay, to this malware and sending it as a image into WhatsApp. When she is downloading this particular image, what happens is that in the background there is some kind of a backdoor which is getting installed in the phone. Once that is done, then it is given to the command and control. So there will be a command and control server hosted by the attacker, where he can actually remotely control the entire device. Then we have actions or objective. So whatever I need from your friend, for example, credit card details, okay, or contacts, whatever I want, I can do. Okay, this is actually the kill chain attack. Attack kill chain of a normal attack. Same applies for almost everything. So the organization level attacks, okay, individual attacks, okay. To make it interesting, we'll start with a hands-on session, right? guys, how many of you use Google? Everyone use, right? Say for example, I want to search some logs. Okay, how can you search for logs? I want to know if I can get some logs of an organization or a server from Google. Okay. Now try it. If you get the logs, let me know. I want you to search Google. I think everyone has done it. No. Actually, everyone has Google, right? I mean, everyone has internet, right? I want you to search for some logs. I want to see the logs of a server. How can you do that? Okay. So try it. If you get the logs, I want you to search. So you don't have much time, so I'm giving you 5 minutes time maximum. I want you to search for logs of some server, any server you want. Okay, I want to see the logs. I want you to search for some logs.
Searching button you are using. Searching.
Sir, anyhow, I just want to see the logs. Logs of some servers. So you don't have much time, so I'm giving you 5 minutes time maximum. I want you to search for logs of some server, any server you want. No, server logs. Server logs.
You are asking one command.
No, sir, the task is you have to find logs of any particular server, anything. Up to you. Some server. I want the logs of some server. Using Google. It's actually a trick, sir. Actually, it comes under information disclosure, which we will be covering. If anyone got, kindly show your hands. Logs of any particular server, anything. Some server. I want logs of some server. Using Google.
I got idea.
No, I want the server logs, log files, which we will be covering.
Centralized leadership. Centralized leadership manner. Centralized leadership manner.
Sir, actually, just a simple search. I want the logs of the server. How many of you seen logs? Okay, what do you mean by logs?
No, because of database.
Database.
What we output we can. It's like information about all the
Correct.
history. Like
See, when you so you might have hosted websites, right? Like at least you know how to host a website, right? So what happens here is that when you host a website, you need to collect some logs for understanding who are connecting, what are they accessing, and sometimes for some errors occurs. So for debug purposes, we keep logs. Okay.
so using HTML information about
So logs can be like latest. So logs, the general format of logs, they be having the IP address. When you host a website, okay, timestamp for understanding who are connecting, what are they accessing, and sometimes for okay, some of the data, get data, post data, right? So this is actually the log. So logs, the general format of logs, they be having the IP. You got it. Okay. Okay. Timestamp. Great. We have a header over here. Post data. Right? So this is actually the log. So there is something called Google Docs. Okay. This actually is a this particular vulnerability is called information disclosure. Okay, or sensitive information exposure. Okay. What is happening here is that certain misconfigurations in our system or servers will expose our logs. Okay. When you search Google, okay, like logs of Apache, logs of Google 2, it might not show them. Okay, we can use something called Google Docs. Okay, for a lot of we can say that we can actually use Google Okay, there is a Google hacking database. Okay, you can search for exploit DBs or Google hacking database. Okay, here you will have lot of these type of things. That is, these are certain search terms which we can specifically query Google for certain data. Okay, so I have asked for a log, right? I am searching for logs. You can search for exploit DBs or Google hacking database. Okay, okay. Now I'm getting Apache logs, error logs, Sphoorthy logs, chat logs. Okay, I'm just going for these are certain search terms. Apache logs. We can specifically query. Now what happens is that we are having something called Google search, Google doc description, something like that, right? I'm just clicking this, which will search this particular thing in the Google, the query in the Google, right? Now what happens is that when I go to the first one, I'm getting some, I'm just going for directories, right? Similarly, I can actually go for some other system where I'm able to see some access logs. Google search, Google docs. See, this is the logs. I'm just clicking this of that particular server. Search this particular thing in the Google. The request over here, they have asked for this particular resource. Okay. I'm getting some. Okay. So this is how we can actually use Google to get sensitive or information. I can. See, someone has uploaded WhatsApp folder to one of his servers. See, someone has. See, I'm getting the entire folders over here. Okay. The query was same index of. See, I'm getting. So, have you seen this particular index of the query was? When you go to a website, you might have seen a titled index of particular index. Okay. When you go to a website, you might have seen a titled index of. You might have seen this, like in some websites, index of, and there is a directory listing. Okay, so this is actually arising because of misconfiguration. This is happening because of misconfiguration. Okay. So what is happening is that due to misconfiguration, it is actually exposing all the internal directories of the server. So, what is happening is that able to understand our application. It is actually exposing all the internal directories of the server. Are able to understand? See, if you have any doubts, then and there with here and go. Because these are some of the important things which we have to do.
Sir, once again.
Yeah. Okay. So, due to misconfigurations of the servers, there can be some sensitive information that is coming into the picture. Okay. Say for example, in normal scenario, these directories should not be shown to a end user. Right? So what is the issue like this? Like what happens when we are showing all these directories? Shown to a end user. Right? So what is the if I am showing all these directories of my server like this, what is the security issue there? See, I might have some uploads, file uploaded, some data might be there, logs might be there, right? So these logs will have some kind of a sensitive data, like the username and password also. Sometimes due to misconfiguration the logs, sometimes it will come. Username, sometimes it will come. Cookie data, sometimes it will come. Some sensitive information can be there in the logs, pocket logs. Some other backups might be there in the system. Okay, if something like this is shown, an attacker will be able to pinpoint where the particular location of that particular file is, right? So we have to avoid that. So there are certain misconfigurations like this which can be identified using something like a small query. So this query we can ask Google, which to identify this particular type of this vulnerable websites. So that query is called Google Docs. Okay. What we are doing is that there is a search term over here. Google search, Google title, index of WhatsApp images. Normally, when you search for WhatsApp images, it might not give you the pinpoint values. Okay. What we are doing is that we are asking Google search for websites in which the title, okay, it is written index of and the query size. Similar to an SQL statement. Okay, we are asking select user, right? In tables. Instead of that, similar to that, we are asking Google wherever the title index of is mentioned, give me that along with index of what the images are there. It will show the entire result. Excuse me. Give me that along with index of images are there. So similar to this, if I want to search logs, okay, instead of WhatsApp, can we give logs, right? So similar to this, then if I want to like search for something specific which is in the URL, okay. Say for example, then if I want to like search for something specific which is in the URL, okay. We can also see live cameras which is not configured properly. Okay, if the security is not implemented, we will be able to see the live cameras also. The webcam which we are installing, right? If the security is not configured properly and is accessible to public, we can actually see this using this type of things. If the security is not configured properly and is accessible to public, we can actually see this type of things. So you can actually search in URL the server push.html or the page that you use for the camera console, right? When you use that server push.html or the page that you use for the camera console, right? When you use that, some network issues are there. So what I was saying is that using Google Docs, it is very easy to get sensitive data. You can actually try for any sensitive data you can. You can actually search for password.txt. Sometimes people use to have a password list in their system. If it is exposed in public, you will be able to get the password.txt. So you can actually search for domain specific government documents, okay, which is exposed. So these are some of the things which are which we can actually use for a different purpose. Like normally we search in Google, but this doc can be used to leverage an attack or to find a vulnerability from the Google itself, right? So you can try if you want. By the time I think this will be some technical issues are there. So you can try for some file, like some sensitive information, like some CSV data. You can try that. Some file, like some sensitive information, like some CSV data. You can try that.
target. So okay, now we will see we can actually use the record on various targets. So okay, now we will see
Who has admitted? You only admitted the view. He only admitted
for inviting parties to it.
Since we have some technical difficulties, we will take a 15 minutes break. Okay, you can have 15 minutes. Okay. By the time I think we'll start. By 12. Sir, keep it tea break. Ironman participants and participants. 11:40 to 12.
Actually, I asked the question. Session again starts at 12. This camera.
Like we can actually program it.
So now
I think now it's
I have asked you what are the tools do you require, sir? And map.
Kali I have already used. In that almost everything is there.
So can we do it?
Actually, I have the problem is that I have lab setup on. So this is vulnerable. So that is why I have not given prior because
We can just take it last year also. Like what is the other operating system?
it will be on one Docker is which is currently running in one Docker. That is why I was this is one lab actually. So then so what I was thinking is that I can actually take this to this is my job. But yeah, so I'm thinking if I can connect this to that. What I was thinking is that I can
Let's manage I'm having books of that.
and this is not interconnected. Wi-Fi is but I need to
Now it's that will have its own RAM, will use Raspberry Pi or and also will use milestone.com. Like it is very good database for so we'll track all those packets and we'll upload it in like via and if it is we are planning to use okay, so this process will require a lot.
but again, yeah, there is a lot of challenges are there. Say, for example, the manuals will have multiple techniques to use. So initially, we have certain kind of
That's why we are using the quarantine
okay.
because all the other so what we are planning to do is we want the port number and the IP address that Congress trying to establish. If at all we trying to establish
But yeah, most of them use that.
so like once I got targeted, so I'm planning to build hardware that will be registered or something. So it is that they want hardware so we have integrated biosolution.com with our license. So now we can scan like for our but to reverse engineer it is consuming more it is consuming more RAM. So right now we are using 4 GB RAM Raspberry Pi. So now we have to use 20 GB to reverse. So there are such that if it's made then I think we can go.
It's a good idea. Interesting idea.
Challenges are hard, but once we integrate everything and synchronize it, I want to make it for myself. If not as a product, I want to make it for myself.
Very good. No, as a product also.
For the people who want high-end working, like if you are either working as a designer and they have confidential files in their system and they want any antivirus that
they can go to
yeah, so this
kind of a honey pot.
yes, actually it will have and then import so if at all they are getting any kind of property or something like that, we can first keep it in that protocol and we can see that whether there is basic issues or not, and then we can keep it in our computer. we have our Wi-Fi this will be connected to our Wi-Fi network and it will scan for all those malicious advertisements and all those. So, like in my school days, I was a CG, so I downloaded GTA Namaste and I got it was a ransomware file, and then after installing it, like I was banned from using computer from in 6th class. I found it very, it was very interesting. Like someone who is sitting at another end of the globe and he was able to track me and that. So I was thinking that how to do it. Like, at that time I used to think that computer engineers are God for me. One of my father's friends, he used to come home and whatever I used to do with computer, he used to repair it. And then after 2 years I found out that he just comes and he installs already installed and he installs them. He is not calling anything. So at that time I asked him that and I started when I was I started with OPH crack. So OPH crack is used to hack it's a password crack. So my malware was created with a Metasploit malware. They created they established a recipe and they registered all those things. After that, after a few years, I found out that it was a Metasploit. So then I developed interest in this domain and I started studying. So I asked faculty that can you decrypt all my files and that they use such way, but I can read further already. I'm a coffee guy. It's coffee. So are you able to present?
I think so. I can use this for this attacks because now it's connected to same Wi-Fi.
Once you try to present this,
I have asked you.
So if you want, we can connect that there also. I'm already.
already installed the systems. Already systems installed.
Sorry for the glitches, restarting. So, like I was telling, the first page is always record. So we can actually use Google as a record. Okay, you can use Google Docs. So if you go to Google hacking database from the XYTV, you will see a lot of Google Docs that you can use for multiple purposes. Okay. Now coming back to the specification of Google hacking database. So the concept of ethical hacking. Okay. So why do we do ethical hacking? What is the use of ethical hacking? Why do we do penetration testing? Okay. So we are actually seeing three major things. One is what an attacker can see on the targets. Okay. Second is what can an intruder do with that information. The third is are the attackers actually being noticed in your system? That is your major case. We can prevent it. See, we can actually use an antivirus to prevent malware. But if a malware somehow bypasses in your system, are the activities of the malware getting noticed in the system? Is there any tracks? Is there any events? Or is there any logs that is being generated? Now you got to know why logs are important. Right? When you see a server, say for example some attack happened on that server, we can use this logs Okay. One is reconnaissance. Second is scanning. Third is gaining access. The fourth is to maintain access. And the fifth is current track. So during the reconnaissance, we gather whatever information we can from the target. Okay. We can use multiple methods. We can use social media. We can use newspapers. We can use the Google. We can use LinkedIn. Okay. Anything. Okay. Once we identify the target website or domain or the network that they are using, we somehow connect to that network or we try to scan that network. Okay. Say for example, once I get access to one of your systems, right now I got access to your system, right? I can do a scanning for connected devices which are vulnerable. Okay. Say for example, some ports will be open in some systems, right? Say FTP port is open. Okay, there is something called anonymous FTP. Okay, so normally if you have a secure FTP, when you connect to that particular FTP port using SFTP or something for transaction of files or what happens is that it will prompt for a username and password. Okay, right? But in anonymous FTP, without a credential, we can actually do an FTP transaction, right? So this is one example. So there are multiple ports open in a system. So using this particular scanning phase, what I will do is that I will scan the entire network for available targets. And then what happens is that once the target is identified, I can do a attack to gain access. Okay. There will be some vulnerability, right? During the scanning, we will do one example was network scanning. Second thing is we will use some tools to perform a vulnerability scan. There are tools like Acronytics, okay, then NetFogger. There are multiple tools. Okay. We will try to find some kind of vulnerability which will give us access to the system. Once that access is created, we need to maintain the access. Okay. For that, say for example, I am targeting a website. Okay, there was a file upload functionality. I will upload a shell. What do you mean by shell? Very question. It's a program that will sit in the server and will give access to the remote attacker. Okay. Once I get the shell access, I can do a command from here, remote command, to perform the server. Okay. Then after that, covering access. So once I get the shell, as a malicious attacker, I need to cover the access. Say for example, I will use some obfuscation technique. Or I can clear the logs. Okay, when the logs are being generated, okay, it will be showing that someone has uploaded a malicious file. I will remove that log so that my access and my activities are not logged in. Okay, these are the 5 steps of a attack phase. First one, recon phase. So there are 2 recons. One is passive. One is active. Passive is there is no direct interaction with the target. Okay, I will use some Facebook or Google to just search for the details of that particular target. Okay. Second is active recon. How can you know ping command? I think most of you have used the ping command, right? So how does ping command works? It queries, right? It queries whether you are alive. Okay. I mean the system is alive. So similar to that, there is a tool called NMAP or network mapper where I can actually get information on multiple targets. Okay. So NMAP can be used for active recon. What So once we got the network details, say for example I got an IP, okay, I will use an nmap or nmap to perform a network scan. So this is one example, okay. So we will get open ports. Okay. Now I go details. Say for example I got an IP, okay, I will use an nmap or nmap to perform a network scan. So this is one example, okay. So we will get open ports. Okay. Now I go. So now I got to open code and the first service is running. Okay, I have open SSL code open. I have also AT, which is map is running on there. So I got to the type of software that is used by the application. So these are some information that we can get from the particular scan, right? Then we have gaining access. So it can be done locally within the LAN or over the internet access. So based on some exploits, we will be able to gain access to the system. Gaining access. So once I get access, I will upload some kind of a payload, okay, which is a malicious backdoor, and I can actually sit in the server or the system to get give access to the attack payload. Okay, which is a malicious backdoor. So covering tracks, I can clear the logs, obfuscate the malware which I created. Give access to the attack. So coming to the footprinting or the recording stage, I think I have shared Kali if you want, or if you if you are doing it online, you can download Kali next. And so you can actually use nmap. So in the Kali terminal, I have shared Kali if you want, or if you doing it online, you can download Kali. And so you can actually use nmap. So in the Kali terminal, you can use the virtual box. You can use virtual box, and under virtual box you will have Kali if you have installed, or else once you are downloading Kali, and you can actually it will be a 7-zip file virtual box, okay, and extract it, and there will be two boxes. One is blue one and one is orange one, red one. Yeah, you can actually use that. Double click it, it will pop up an alert import it into your virtual box. Okay, that will install the Kali. Once that import process is done, double click on the particular ENGG machine that is getting loaded in the virtual box. Double click it, it will open the Kali. Okay. The default username and password for Kali is Kali and Kali. Double click on the particular ENGG machine that is getting loaded in the virtual box. Double click it, it will open the Kali. Starting this one. I think it will take some time for you to install it. Meanwhile, we will continue and I will show you. Okay. So in footprinting, like I told you, we have two different methods. One is active and one is passive. Okay. In passive footprinting, we can also use DNS records. I'll show you one example. Like I told you, we have two different methods. One is active and one is passive. In passive footprinting, we can also use DNS go to this particular website, you can actually see a domain dossier option over here. Okay. You can enter any information. What's the school website? College website. Go to this particular website. ENGG.ac.in. You can enter any information. Okay, I'm just putting the domain over here. Okay, when you do this domain analysis, there is a domain over here. I'm just putting the domain over here. Okay, I got the IP address of the particular server. Right? When you do this, after that, you go to analysis. You have a few more details over here. So most of the things are redacted for privacy. Okay, so you can actually create or configure your domain services for added privacy. Okay, where this DNS records or registration records are not coming. So I got to know that he's using GoDaddy. GoDaddy is the service provider. So this domain is provided by GoDaddy. Okay. Now, I am using another example just to show that what details we will get from this particular thing. I am using my college, which is enggcast.com. Okay, I got the IP. Okay, from this particular thing. We go up. It is from Big Rock service. The host is actually Big Rock. If you go down, I will also get the name of the register. Okay. I also got his address, phone number. Okay. Now I am getting all these things. So what is the impact of this when it comes to security? It's just a registration details. How can an attacker use these information to copy the attack? I will create a phishing email saying that your domain is going to expire. Okay. How many of you keep a track of your domain names? If you are many don't, because we will get emails, right? When the phishing email, like a domain is about to expire, we will get an email that okay, your domain is getting expired, please ready. Then you go to this particular console, domain console, where you will be paying the amount and extend the validity, right? What I will do is that I will create a phishing link or a phishing email to this particular registrant saying that your profile is your domain is getting expired or there is some issues with the domain. Kindly click the below link to rectify it. Okay? Unsuspected people, they will enter the domain credentials in the phishing link. Okay? As an attacker, I will be able to get complete access to the domain console. Okay? So this is how we plan an attack. So this is the mind process of an attacker. Any information that is received can be used for a malicious activity. Right? So this is some kind of a passive. He doesn't even know that okay, this has been searched on the internet. But there is an active interaction where I will be using some kind of a social attack. I will be going to this particular Facebook. Okay, I will be sending him some kind of a malicious email attachment or a malicious payload where he downloads it in his system and I will get access to the system. Okay, this is actually a direct interaction to the attack, the victim is needed. Okay, this is one kind of a technique. So what footprinting helps you with your performance on it? One is my organization security posture I will get to know. So I can understand what are the exposed attack surfaces. Say one example I showed you, right? When we are doing the scanning, I am able to see the ports and services that is running. Right? So I
Okay, got it.
Am I audible now? Am I audible now? So, yeah, like I told you, I will also be able to identify the vulnerabilities of that particular system. Then I can also draw a network map of the assets. Okay, that is connected to my network. Yeah, like I told you, I will also be able to identify. So during this phase, what all things an attacker can get? One is the domain name. Okay. Second is IP addresses. That is connected to my. Third is the namespaces. Then we have the employee information. Okay. Then we also got phone numbers, emails, and job information like designation of that employee. We can get in LinkedIn, right? We can also use LinkedIn for footprinting. Then some method and tools. How many of you heard about Shodan? So Shodan is actually a search engine for vulnerable devices. We search WhatsApp, right? WhatsApp images in Google. Similar to that, we can actually search for open. Shodan is actually a camera search engine for vulnerable devices. Shodan is similarly a search engine, which by default it will show some like exposed devices or vulnerable devices. Then we have website proofreading tools like HT track, so that similarly can actually get details from it, but we can actually clone the website. Then we have email proofreading devices. You can see the email headers. Then we have website. We can use email trackers to track. So then we have carrier proofreading for text documents. Then we have email proofreading devices. You can see the email headers. Then we have website. Then we have trackers to track. So then we have carrier proofreading for text documents. Then we have email proofreading devices. You can see the email headers. Then we have website. Then we have trackers to track. So then we have carrier proofreading for text documents. Then we have email proofreading devices. See the organ of code that was so now methodology is scan for typing just then open code. When you do a scanning, you also get to know that whether it is also kind of a intrusion detection system or firewall or what type of software that they are using. Okay, we also scanning for vulnerabilities that is available in the network. Then intrusion detection system or so once scanning is done, we do the be a community where they identify top 10 vulnerabilities of web applications. Okay. Nowadays they are coming up with mobile and other activities, but they started with web applications. It was first published in 2003, and now the latest one is 2021. Okay. These are the top 10 web application vulnerabilities that is in the industry. One is broken access control. Okay.
Yeah.
So broken access control is, say for example, you have a web application which has a login page. Okay. If an attacker is able to access a dashboard without a login, that is called a broken access control. The access control is not functioning as per the thing. Okay. Okay. One example I can show you. Yes. Okay. See if you can connect to my system. My system is 192.168. Go to your browser. Go to your browser and connect to 192.168.4.204. 192.168.4.204 with a colon, and the port number is 1337. Just a minute. See if we can go to this IP. So everyone will see a lab environment like this. I want you to go to insecure direct object reference, IDOR. It is actually a type of broken access control. I want you to go to the invoices page. The first one, invoices. You're able to see this? Okay. Everyone in the same page, right? Yes. Any issues, please raise your hands. So the scenario is like, when you click view, it will show you one invoice. Okay? I want you to see someone else's invoice over here. You can try it, I'll explain, but it's a simple thing. If when you click your invoice over here, what you are able to see is your invoice. Okay? Currently you are Sean Johnson. Okay? I want you to see someone else's invoice over here. Okay, that is a task for you. See if you can do that. Okay, it will take maximum 3 minutes, so I am not giving more than that. You can check. I want you to see someone else's invoices.
Okay. When you click view, you are able to see a person's invoice. That is you currently. You are actually acting as Singh Johnson. I want you to see someone else's invoices. You are able to understand the question, right? Kindly don't use any tools or anything. It's just a simple thing. You have to use your logic. If you want to see the source code of this, you can actually see here. Okay. See,
How to see other invoices?
that is a question. That is a task for you.
From the Google link.
Sir?
From the Google link, sir.
I'm sorry.
From the Google link.
No. Don't use Google and all. Use this lab. Okay. That particular window which you are opening. From that, I want you to see another invoice. See, some of you have not opened the lab. This is the IP address and the port. Okay. If you go to this, you will be landing up this page. Go to insecure direct object reference. Okay. Go to invoices. Okay. When you click view, you will be landing into an invoice page of yours. The task is to see someone else's invoice over here. If you want to see the source code, you can click source code and it will show you the source code.
Even we are unable to modify source code.
You won't be able to modify source code, sir. Just for your reference, I am giving the source code so that you will understand how it works.
Okay.
See, when you want to attack, you have to think like a hacker. Okay. Hackers, rather than technical, they play with logics. You have the source code for reference. If you want, you can actually click the source code button. For online users, I will share the lab later.
Type the number here, 192 dot. Not there. Okay. Then you can go there.
Anyone got other invoice? Okay, can we proceed? No.
Let us know, sir.
Yeah. So what is happening here is that if you see, when I am clicking the view button, okay, there is a parameter invoice ID equal to 1.
Yes.
Right? I am changing this ID to 2. See, I got another guy's invoice.
We have changed the
Parameter. I just changed the invoice ID equal to 1. That is a URL, right? In the URL, I am changing it to 2. So this is happening because of a broken access control. Okay? It should not be like that. Okay? IDO is actually insecure direct object reference. Okay? Which is actually a kind of broken access control. So what is happening here is that if I am logging, if I am accessing that particular user ID or invoice ID, it should pop up a login page. Okay, because I don't have the access to this particular invoice. Okay, so this is one example.
Even we can write in the code if we give like this also it should not work out.
It should not work out. Yeah. So some examples of broken access controls are as given. So some examples of broken access control is that violating the principle of least privilege. Okay, like if I am at the lowest privilege member and I am having access to anything. Okay, say for example in a web application there is multiple criteria like hierarchy roles. One is admin, one is manager, and one is a normal client. If a client can access admin page, then that is violates the principle of least privilege, right? So that is one example. Then parameter tampering by accessing, modifying the URL, which we did right now, right? So that is one example. Then permitting or viewing of others' account. Say for example, there is a URL like Facebook is not vulnerable, but I am saying okay, facebook.com/profile-edit/Ajit Mehta. If you go to this particular URL and if it is not asking for your credentials and permitting the user to edit my profile, that is an issue, right? Sometimes this will happen because of lack of access controls, right? So this is one example of broken access control. Then many of you might have seen some API calls, right? So if I am passing some parameter, it won't work now. I have removed access. Because it's a vulnerable software, right? And this is my system. So many are accessing. So for security I have removed it. I will give you access again. So so some API endpoints where you can actually pass a parameter like delete/user ID equal to, and that user gets deleted without prompting for a credential. That is also comes under broken access control. Okay. Then elevation of privileges. So sometimes what happens is that when you log in, there will be something like multiple scenarios are there depending on the way a programmer is developing the system. So when you are logging in, after the credentials, if you are seeing like a role, okay, sometimes when the cookies are on, you will see a parameter called role, where admin might be there. Okay, when we are using it might be user. I am changing that role to admin and sending the request to the particular server. It is accepting it. Then again, that is called a privilege escalation. Okay, I will get access to the admin panel. Okay, so these are certain methods we can actually use the broken access control. Then we can actually force browse. Okay, instead of directly instead of going from login page to dashboard, if I am directly going to dashboard/admin and if the admin page pops up, that is a broken access control. Okay. Okay, cryptographic failures. Sometimes what happens is that when you enter some username and password, okay, and if you are not using SSL communication, it will be transferred in a plain text. Okay, so that is actually a cryptographic failure. Passwords most of the time it should be encrypted. Otherwise, what will happen is that sometimes if you are using a get method to submit a password, okay, due to bad programming practices, some developers they might use get method to submit login pages. Okay, at that time what happens is that this password will get logged in the logs, because whatever get method is logging, it will log. Okay, so this is actually sensitive information which should not be there in the logs. And sometimes even the post method data, sometimes due to the logging configuration, will come in the logs, and the password is not encrypted, it will be there in plain text. So some certain cryptographic encryption or cryptographic security access security controls should be implemented in the application level.
Yeah, validation should
validation. No, the validation is different.
we need to have an encryption also. Yeah. So some examples are sensitive information transferred or stored in clear text. Say for example, you might be using mobile applications. So mobile applications use SQLite database. Okay, some data will be stored in your local device itself, right? So if it is storing in a unencrypted form, so there are certain attacks where I can root your device remotely. Okay, have you heard about Pegasus malware? So it works in a three-phase attack called Trident. First, the attacker will send you a malicious link. When you click it, your phone gets jailbroken remotely. Okay, so iPhone, I am talking in the iOS sense. So what happens is that once the phone is jailbroken, the security features will be disarmed. Then I have root access if I am getting a shell, right? So when I am getting a shell, I will be able to copy the DBs which is stored in the system. Okay, and I can actually see the passwords or usernames. Then we have use of old and weak protocols. Okay, how many of you know about SSA1, MD5 protocols? There are like lot of old protocols as well, which when we use, which will be able to decode or crack easily. Then improper or no use of encryption algorithms. So when we do the audit, we have seen people using no encryption at all for the database and for the login only. When we are using a login page, at least password should be encrypted. Otherwise, there is an attack called man-in-the-middle attack, where the attacker will be sitting, and if the communication is not using HTTPS, okay, there is no SSL certificate, I will be able to sit and intercept the traffic where I will be able to extract the username and password. Okay. Then use of deprecated hash functions like MD5 or SSA1, right? Okay, one scenario I have mentioned over here. An application encrypts credit card numbers in a database using automatic database encryption. Okay, they are implementing automatic encryption, but the automatic it is getting decrypted when received, allowing an SQL injection flow to perform in the credit card numbers in clear text. Okay, so it should be. So there are two types. One, data at rest, data in transit. Okay, depending on the criticality of the application, it is us who has to decide where we have to implement the encryption. So for example, you are working on a government project. Okay, most of the time government projects are critical. Okay, you are dealing with a lot of sensitive data. So even in transit or at rest, it is your responsibility to keep the data safe, right? So one more example, the credentials shared to the server is in plain text, however connection is using SSL certificate. So what happens is that even though we are actually transmitting the communication in plain text, in a secured manner, so what happens? So when I go for like audits or when I go for sessions, many have asked, sir, I am using SSL certificate. What is the use of SSL certificate? Can anyone say?
Security.
When you use SSL certificate, when you implement an SSL certificate, when I am performing a man-in-the-middle attack, I won't be able to intercept. Okay, it will be encrypted. The data that the traffic that is going will be encrypted, and I won't be able to see it in plain text. Right? So they are asking, sir, why should I encrypt the password? Because I am using SSL certificate. If you are also there in the network as an attacker, you won't be able to retrieve it. So why I should use the encryption at the password? So the answer to this is that sometimes the password can get logged in the logs, like I told you. Second is, if you are using a weak SSL, there is SSL fallback attacks, there is SSL stripping attacks, which I can perform on your network and get the password. Okay, so these are two different scenarios I have mentioned. Then injection attack, one of my favorite attacks. So injection attack occur mainly because the user input
is not sanitized properly. Okay. Say for example, when I go to a website, there will be some search bar, okay, or some input field, right? So what happens is that when I am inputting some queries, okay, say for example I am test, okay. So when I am putting some queries, it will search for the entire website to give the query term, right? But as an attacker, what if I am putting some malicious input in the search field? What will happen is that sometimes this malicious input text, it will get executed in the background and can cause the disruption of services or some malicious endpoints. Say for example, I'm giving you a live example now. Please don't try it at home. A fair warning. Even if you are trying, don't say my name. How many of you seen this website? You might have heard about Woodlands, right? How many of you know about cookies? You might have heard about cookies, right? What does a cookie do? I'm not talking about this. That cookie is there, that's another one. So a cookie is actually used for maintaining a session. Okay? So for example, I am logging into one application. It gives me some cookies to maintain a session to track my activities, right? So once I am done with this, done with the session, what happens is that I will log out. This cookie is getting invalidated, right? My question is, there are certain vulnerabilities in cookies, okay? Some cookies it might not get expired, okay? And it can be reused. So if I get physical access to your system, okay, and I am taking your cookies and implementing that in my system, what will happen? Exactly, I don't want to relog it, okay? When I am importing your cookies, the website, when I am directly going to woodlands.com, I will be logged in, okay? Woodland doesn't have that vulnerability, so, but I am giving an example. So what happens is that it's kind of an account takeover using cookie hijacking, okay? So how can I do that? How can I get the cookies?
Log record.
Log record, I won't be able to get logs. Okay. There is an attack called cross-site scripting. You might have heard about that. Cross-site scripting. Okay? It's a JavaScript based attack. What we are doing is that in some input parameter fields, we are actually putting a JavaScript, malicious JavaScript to perform some attacks. Okay. Based on the input that we have given, we will be getting the malicious output, whatever we are doing. So I am giving you one example of this. I am not showing you how to extract cookies, but I am showing you how to see your own cookie. Okay. So there are three types of accesses. Okay. One is DOM based, one is reflected, one is stored. Okay. DOM based accesses is a bit complex and most of the time it won't work because DOM based accesses, it requires some DOM elements to work. If you are a developer, you might have seen location.xhref. It's a DOM element. It will be taking some kind of a hyperlink or something from this particular domain. Sorry, from this particular domain. So there are certain like DOM elements which we can actually trigger. Okay, that when you are triggering, it will reflect a cross-site scripting. Now we have reflected. Reflected is one example which I am going to show you. There is an input field. You input the malicious script. It gets reflected immediately. Or say for example, I am putting one malicious script in one page. It is getting reflected in some other page. Okay, that's it. It's not getting stored or anything. It just reflects. Okay, that is reflected. Okay. Then we have the third type, which is stored accesses. Say for example, I am creating a new profile for Facebook. Okay, and if Facebook is vulnerable to cross-site scripting, what I am doing is that in the profile name, I am putting a malicious payload. Okay, this payload is nothing but a malicious JavaScript code. What happens is that each and every time, because this payload is getting stored over there, right? So each and every time when some viewers view my page, okay, in Facebook, this is getting retrieved from the database or from where it is stored, and it is getting executed. Okay, this is called stored. It gets stored over a database or something, right? So what in a normal scenario, how I test is that I need to see where the parameters are getting reflected, right? I am putting test. Okay, sorry, no results found. But if I go to this particular URL, I am going to the end. Okay. In between, I am seeing a parameter that is taking the value test. Okay. In the URL, I am seeing a parameter which is taking a value test. I am putting a JavaScript code. Okay, that bound up my cookie. Okay, I can put anything. I can put like if I want to try. Hello Sphoorthy. How can I attack using this technique? What is the impact of this? One, I can hijack your cookies. Okay, instead of copying it, I can write a code which can send your cookies to a server. Okay, it's a JavaScript. I can write that. Right. Second, I can use this for performing a phishing attack. Okay, I am sending something like this, a link to you. When you are clicking that link, it will pop up. You are hacked for retrieving your account. Kindly follow this particular link. Okay, phishing attack. I can do a remote code execution. I can download something into your system. Okay, so these are JavaScript. Okay, whatever JavaScript I am injecting, it will be like working in the browser, right? So these are some of the examples, and this is a live scenario. You can try it. You can try it in Woodlands, and it will work. Okay, go to Woodlands. Go to Woodlands, type text in the search bar. I don't want you to put directly this one. Type text in the search bar. Okay. Go to the URL now. See where the test parameter is reflecting. Change this to change that text word to this, and try. You can know whether you can copy it up.
Even online users can try. This is a live scenario, so even they will be able to try this. So this is a simple test. I am repeating it. Go to Woodlands. There will be a search option. In the search option, give a word whatever you want. Test. Okay. So when you press enter, the URL will be there. Go to the URL. There will be some parameter that will take the search term test. Change that search term to this particular malicious payload and see if you can pop an alert. Yeah, I think you got what that means. So this is actually a reflected XSS because you are actually reflecting it in the same page. The fun fact, the Woodland people in their logs, our IPs will be there and they will see that okay, someone has used this payload there. But we are not doing anything malicious as of now, so I think it's good. Educational purpose. If you directly put in the search term, it might not work. It will encode it in a different way. So I don't think it will work. How many of you got it? How many of you got the alert? Correct? Now you know the concept. I am giving you a lab. I want you to try it on the lab. Unfortunately, online participants have to wait because the lab is LAN based. We can go to the first lab, cross-site scripting. The same IP, 192.168. You can go to the lab. See, those who have completed, you can go to the lab, go to the process scripting. That is basic reflected lab. Okay. I want you to pop a hello over there. I want you to pop a hello over there. this is the lab. Process. In the lab, go to process between the first one. The first lab, basic reflected lab. I want you to open hello over there. You can use the same technique, but there is a small change you have to make. Yeah, I want you to form up an X hello. Like you did there, one was popped up. I want you to create a other for hello. First one. Yeah, correct. That one. Basic. First. Here I want you to pop up an hello. So if you go ABC mode, language, you can see that. You can see this. See that. Logo. Yeah, this one. Here I want you to pop up the word help. So here. No, that keyword. Just change the text into text. Remove the text. See, one clue is that you should not, it's not a manipulation of URL. You have to do it through the search bar. There is a search option. Through that you have to do. You should not use the URL. You did search? Anyone completed?
Great. I want hello. I want to pop up the word hello. No, I want to copy we have a winner over there. It's a simple thing. Okay? Great. Alert. So alert is nothing but it pops up. It creates a pop-up. Okay. Instead of 1, I am using within the quotes hello. Closing bracket. Great. Okay. You're able to see, right? That's it. When you press enter, hello. Okay? Sorry?
One second.
Within the search box, I am putting the malicious script. Okay? Press enter. It will say hello.
Whiteboard and create when you start. After whiteboard, I will create when you lunchtime. Type in lunchtime 1 to 1:30. Again, we kept at 1:50.
Those who are interested to explore more can explore in any website you know. We will take a lunch break. We will join back at 2 o'clock. Okay?
If you want, you can stay here or you can join at 2 o'clock. It's up to you. Right? Take your belongings and go.
We'll put timer. Timer count on.
I hope everyone has done that. I'm stopping the access right now.
I don't know, sir. This is.
Sir, any feedbacks will help the continuing sessions. How are we going? Is it okay? Are you able to understand?
Fine, sir. Fine.
No, we want feedback from the students. I know
Students, yeah.
teachers, professor can understand.
Yeah, we'll pass on the feedback forms to them.
No, no,
just
we can
to-
say them
just now,
directly.
so that
Is it
the
very
current-
fast or whatever it is?
Come forward. It's okay, right? You are able to understand.
We are somewhat fast.
Faster? Okay, we'll go a bit slow. See, we have reached second of top 10. We have 8 more to go. Yeah.
Sir,
Sir,
how we have to walk?
Shall we go?
sir, laptop I can keep.
Yeah.
We have to show it to me what you have learned, right? I went for this competition. అటెండెన్స్ కాదు పిల్లలు కూడా తీసుకోండి అటెండెన్స్ స్ట్రెంత్ అడిగాను ఇది ఎవరిది పిల్లలు కూడా తీసుకోండి అడిగారు ఒక రిజిస్టర్ పంపించారు నాకు దాంట్లో అజిత్ సార్ కూడా
Message. Sir, keep on message. 2 o'clock. I kept a message. No, sir. Google thing. Sir, you come 5 minutes before here. 1:55. You on everything. Okay.
ప్రతి ఒక్కటి రికార్డ్ అవుతుంది కదా
అయింది సార్ లంచ్కి వెళ్ళాం మళ్ళీ
ఇలా శశి సార్ శశి సార్ Sir, come sir, we will go for lunch. We are here. What is the time you told, sir? To come and join again.
No, I need to bag and laptop.
Yeah, no problem.
No problem.
Sir, Suresh sir. FTP banner. Background. Sir,
Where it is?
ఈ ఫామ్ లో కూడా తీసుకోండి రిజిస్టర్
This YouTube live should be stopped. Sir, you can stop here, right? Directly.
Sir.
Admin, by admin. This is admin.
ఎంతమంది అట్లా ఉన్నారు పిల్లలు
Close பண்ணிட்டா?
Sir, white board la போட்டு விடுங்க. தெரியுமா தெரியாதா?
தெரியாது சார். சார் தெரியாது சார்.
Then it is stopped. You stopped. Where, sir? It is not right. Just simply check. We can play and
2 o'clock. 2 o'clock.
session starts at 2 o'clock.
ఇది టెక్స్ట్
Text key We will session starts at 2 o'clock. SCSSION. Starts at 2. అంత సైడ్ లేదు
ఓకే ఓకే మరి రెస్ట్ తీసుకొని ఉన్నాయి కదా
ఓ
రానా இப்படி என்ன ஒரு சிஸ்டத்தை எடுத்துக்கணும்ல தொழில் இல்லாமல் சாமி எப்போ மலையிலேருந்து வந்தாரு only you came sir. Directly you are coming.
No, I came into work. I completed all formalities.
Actually, just now started to listen.
Okay.
From morning, full disturbance, sir. Is there any one urgent place? Their life is not connecting everything.
Sir, you lost this one. Better you lost it. I also said somebody. You'll be here still. That's why I lost it. I don't have questions to.
Okay, sir.
No, sir.
Fever symptoms.
You are saying driving is continuously also the mostly. That's something 5 hours in line while going 3 hours, coming 3 hours. Everything is fine. Now I'm getting it. But we're going. You want to eat? I'm having lunch. Meat. Ask me, I'm coming. Anytime you wish. Sorry, address me to your any dispensaries and is there?
Yes, sir.
That block. That block.
One year.
Dolo 650. Otherwise, take my number, sir. You have any doubt, you just call me. So you are going that route, that's one. 701.
109 is there.
Just this one. Yes, Suresh, have I having sir? Yeah.
Sir, కొంచెం డాక్యుమెంటేషన్ ఎడిటింగ్ ప్రాసెస్ వచ్చేసి
మీ సాఫ్ట్వేర్స్ ఉన్నాయి సార్ అంటే ఇప్పుడు కొంచెం పాసిబిలిటీ ఉంటాయి లేదంటే అమ్మా ఎంతసేపు అని చెప్పండి ఎంతసేపు అంటే కొంచెం ఖాళీ మాట్లాడదు 20 minutes session start.
Thanks.
Okay.
This banner is not safe to use.
No. So you can share. Because according to the timing. Oh, okay. It was nice.
Yes.
But tomorrow I think because now I know I become prepared. Actually, I was using like comfortable Mac. So lab
And students also, we went and checked. Second year they were more pure.
Sir, let me know they are not able to. I'm not able to see the chat. So they are asking something to you.
Yes. That's what I asked one person to check.
Okay.
To talk to them.
அது அப்படியே ஓப்பனில் தான் இருக்கும்.
நான் க்ளோஸ் பண்ணிட்டேன்.
க்ளோஸ் பண்ணிட்டீங்களா? அதில் போட்டிருக்கல கூகுள் மீட் அது தானே?
அதே லிங்க் தான். சரி சுரேஷ் சார்
கேன்டீன்
Okay, correct. Oh, okay. Which one? I have done CS. Okay. Yes, sir. First year. Yes. Insurance house, process of acting. We started on that. So we started. This I have submitted our data. Easy ones. I think master. Okay, masters. Easy ones. CH master. CH master. You can both practically and theory. So that are completed. CH. What is
Exactly. Can you come with two building after 2 days?
And this one's OS like but not have a proper direction to go through it. So I'm waiting for OS.
You come with 2
If it costs 1,25,000, $700 to $800 gross per day. Now the dollar rate is yes. I have not really experienced because today's COVID, that time we have and learning coding the tools of like network penetration tools there with them. So by time actually like there we have coding that one we have like now I can do that. Sir, you have told Wi-Fi penetration developers? No, Wi-Fi penetration not. This is not okay. This awareness or practically for housing for instance. It's 5 days and you have to depend on yourself. Sir, you have a computer? Yeah. Alpha. But it will be very costly. It will be more high cost. Sir, Alpha. 7,000. Yes, sir. So, I'm making costly. Actually, you select PPE. It will not work on 5 gigahertz. 2.4 gigahertz will be packed. Calibration monitor mode is supportable, but grammar and proper SSD they will not work. There is no proper TBS is 600. TBS AP TB-Link AC600 adapter. It comes around 1200 to 1300 range. It is available in Amazon. It supports 2.4 and 5 gigahertz, but never less. Yeah. Vertically, AC 600. There are very little sometimes. Suppose not this one. This It has a RTL 812A chipset. Because we have in Alpha we have only Atheros AR9 to 7. So only now 2.4 gigahertz. Still not much. It's only about range loss. Range. We can increase it, but tracking is difficult as 5 gigahertz. Just we can capture, you cannot show it across.
How this video is coming? How this video is coming?
The webcam is
My
not.
area is not
Who's
shown.
it, sir? Okay.
5 gigahertz.
No, I didn't.
Yes, we can actually screen this is having 2.6 gigahertz.
ESP 806.
We are having another version of 5 gigahertz.
Okay.
We can do that.
Same with speaking
Where is it, sir?
One support.
Where I'm saying now.
అది ఇప్పుడు నాకు జెటిక్స్ పెట్టా మళ్ళీ వస్తా మర్చిపో
So,
10 నిమిషాలు వచ్చేసి
Okay, this is not for you. The authentication of 2.6 gigahertz, that's a child play. Without actually now we are designing this microcontroller in ENGG. So at present this microcontroller is 8 bits. So after designing, we are getting each for 10 rupees, and the whole microcontroller is costing us around 150. So if it is commercially possible, we'll start selling this. What is it used for? Flipper zero. Onboard computer.
we can actually do directly like
Yes. Flipper zero also. Yes, Flipper zero also has this.
yeah, that's what I am seeing that also.
PSP 12.
Wi-Fi.
Actually, I'm having something like that.
Wi-Fi.
Or Wi-Fi map. Is actually I need a new authenticator.
So what's the 5? Share discussion. Sir?
Okay.
Is it okay? No, it's not coming. We'll start, sir. Exactly.
So now I'm planning to make a sell this. Yeah, so what I'm planning to do is I'll make a Game Boy and then I will upload this story in GitHub so that they are automatically buying the Game Boy.
చూసుకున్నాడు
I'm from cybersecurity, but I also have that. I had that. See, I used to do that from school. So we have this kind of we have students like What is the connection? There are some people from
But the chipset cost only around 3 to 3.5 will cost. We have primarily not that much accurate. So we have already done RFIDs. RFIDs is for the RFIDs. So I'll go on to cabin number 10. It's like this one. We have the parts of radar frequency. Hacker of one. RTL 8 device. It will be like what you have said.
So it's got devices having frequencies and based on the judgment device.
Okay, so you are building
We are trying to build that device. That is not like we cannot sell that device. We can build it and do it for ourselves.
ideally you have to have created.
We are happy to see the communication. No matter what kind of communication, because we are judging the distance and device type. So we are planning to go with freedom and things of the network. We don't have that much time.
So we are building on the box now.
We are building the what is required for
Like RFID is
you want to capture RFIDs.
yeah, and push to another RFID. Like we have by one to capture
So you just have to transfer it to another RFID. We have
the user uniqueness we forward like we have our card and we have our like our credit card. So if we capture something we have the Wi-Fi symbol for it. So if we have to pay everything we can do.
that is not Wi-Fi, they are RFID. RFID branches. So it will capture and it will
Sensor another like dot is we have sensor like yeah similar. Where's someone sit.
Again another meeting. Same meeting.
You ask the other substances and you are there are discussions. Surround sir, repeat. Yes, sir.
like make a community so that we can help Indian people and we can manufacture such things in India.
Now India's privacy bill is also for yes. It will have a great impact. But this is what we can develop India and so if anything happens to if someone from India wants to buy yeah, that's something very expensive. You can make it for 6 to 8 years, so no one can buy it. So in our hands. Hello? Hello? So we'll start. So this time we will do one thing. We will do it together, both online and offline people. So I am sending one link in the chat box. Sorry? Okay.
They are
No,
not.
I will show you then. So those who are in Google Meet, I am sending you one link in chat box. Okay, this is a live website and you can go to this website. For those who are in so everyone can go to this website. This is actually a vulnerable website. Okay.
If you are good, they are not interested in it.
This is a vulnerable website, and the task for you is that you have to find where you have to inject the cross-site scripting payload. Now it's up to you. How do you do it? So you are an attacker and you got a vulnerable website. I want you to find and exploit cross-site scripting in that particular website. Even online people can try because this is publicly hosted. If you go to this particular website, you will be landing into this particular page. Okay. Somewhere there is a bug which will let you exploit cross-site scripting. Since due to the time constraint, I am giving you 15 minutes maximum. If anyone completed, please let me know.
There should be some element that can create the cross-site scripting there. You have to identify where the entry point is, the insertion point of the payload, and execute it. Forward to see the time. 2:09, almost 2:10. We'll calculate 2:10. Can you do it in 10 minutes? Because we have other exploits also. I'm giving you 10 minutes. So by 2:20, I need a answer. Is everyone in this page? Right? See, when a person or when an organization approach you for penetration testing, he gives you a software, right? He gives you a software. Say for example, web application. He is asking you to perform a penetration testing against his or her application. What is the first thing that you have to ask them? Don't say my fee. Fees comes next, but in the technical term, what is the first thing that you have to ask?
What else they can use?
Sorry?
What else they can use for?
No. See, we don't ask our client what tools we can use.
What is
They will say that you don't know anything. Terms and conditions.
What is the database structure? What is the database?
Database structure, okay.
So that we can.
Credentials, okay. How many of you heard of black box, grey box, white box? What is that? Testing terminology, right? So black box testing, you won't be giving given much details. Say for example, in terms of penetration testing, they will just give you the username, the URL or the IP address. They will say test it. Nothing else. In a grey box testing, they might give a credential at least. Okay? Along with the URL, they might give a credential. In white box testing, what happens is that they will give you an entire. Some disturbance are there. Okay, right? So the thing is, in the white box testing, they will give you a complete outline of the entire software architecture, like the network, the components they use. So that is entirely a known thing, right? They will explain you everything about the particular software. So that is called white box testing, right? So consider this as a black box testing. how will you approach? What is the first thing that you have to do? Sorry?
Verify and validate.
What?
Credentials.
No,
Whatever.
it's a black box testing, no credentials. Nothing is there. Just say for example, this I am giving for penetration testing. What you will do? See, first, what you are talking is that to the client is that what is the scope? Should I do only this, or should I do any other service which is integrated to this? Okay. If he is saying only this, that's done because it's black box. We can't ask anything else. It's done. Now, what I will do is that as a tester, I will directly access this in the URL. Okay. See whether it is working or not. Second thing, using Nmap or any tool, I will try to enumerate, gather as much information as I can, like running softwares. Okay, so when you do an Nmap, you will get to know this particular application's architecture, like on what software it is running. Say for example, the server is using Apache. Okay, sometimes the version of the Apache also will be there. Okay. How many of you have seen some error with software version name or version number is also disclosed? And you are seeing some error. Sometimes you might have seen Nginx 1.19.0. Something like that will come, right? What is the impact of it? I am saying that it is a security vulnerability. What is that? Why it is considered to be a vulnerability? It is just showing the software version in the error. Or you might have seen some, maybe some website, university websites and all, when you are checking some rank or result, it will crash and you will get the stack overflow.
Yes.
Like the stack trace will be there. Sorry, stack overflow is programmer's friend. So I am saying about stack trace. Okay. What impact does it have in the security? I am saying that is also a vulnerability. Why I am saying that? See, these things are not technical, these are all logical. So you have to think and see. I can show you the technical stuff, that is different, but these are all logical. So you have to think like an attacker. What impact does this have on a web application? One clue I will give, it will help you in the recon phase, that is the first phase. Information gathering phase. That is a clue. Now it can tell me what is the impact of these two vulnerabilities. See.
Is that information we can exploit? We can try.
How is it?
So where traces will be there on the stack and.
Correct. See, sometimes what happens is that sometimes the table names of the DB will appear in the stack. Second thing, I get to know that what type of programming language they might have used in the application. Okay, sometimes if it is Java, error will be in Java. Java code exception error will come, right? So based on that, I will get to know that okay, that is written in Java. Okay, some libraries also will be exposed. Sometimes data-based details like unable to fetch user from this particular table, right? So I got to know the table name, which will be helpful in the SQL injection attack will be coming in later stages. Also, the version disclosure, Nginx version, for example, 1.1.9, right? I can go to Google, search Nginx vulnerabilities of that particular version or publicly available exploits of that particular version. Use that exploit to attack this particular target. Like it will make my thing easier. Already available exploits are there, right? Now coming back to this, so what I will do is that I will go through all these details. After that, I will go through at least the menu, okay, menu URLs, and I will see how it is taking or fetching the data. Okay, so I am going to categories. Okay, there is some categories listed. Artists. There is some artists listed. So this is a clue for you. Now you have to identify where is the injection point. Go through the pages, see where it is. It's very simple, it's in plain sight. You just have to see. There is a search option also. Anyone got it? If any online participants got it, you can mention that in the chat. Anyone got?
Using login.
Sorry?
Using login, you can enter the website.
No, I am asking. I want to pop up an alert. Cross-site scripting, like we did last. Sorry? Yes. That is one example. See, it's a simple thing. Go to any of your page, go to categories or any of the page, click on the posters or whatever that is coming. If you go to the URL, you can see the URL is something like this. Okay? When you click poster or something, you will be something like this, right? Remove this one, okay, and put the payload. See, remove the one, category equal to 1 will be there, right? Remove that particular one, put the payload, you will be able to see the pop-up. This is a simple thing. If you want to go a bit advanced, in the set cookie, okay, when you go to the cookie option there, you can actually set it there also. It's a simple thing here. should I repeat?
Yes.
See, when you go to browse categories, there is some listings over here, right? Go to posters or any of the listing. I'm choosing poster myself. Go to the URL. You are able to see something like this, right? PHP cat equal to 1. Okay. Remove this 1. Okay. Put the payload script. I am entering the payload below due to space. Okay. Script alert. Hello. Okay. Okay, remove the 1 and put this. Press enter. That's it. So payload gets executed. You will be able to see the alert. Okay. This is also a reflected XSS. Okay. Now there is stored XSS possibility, but unfortunately online people cannot do that right now. Again, you can go to the lab. Go to the lab. Go to cross-site scripting. Second one is basic stored. Basic stored. Okay. The username and password is already given below. You can copy and paste it. Okay. Here, I want you to perform an exercise in this page. Okay, I'll go again. You are in the lab? Everyone is in the lab? Yeah. If you are in the lab, go to basic stored. The second one, basic stored. Basic stored. You will have a login page like this. The username and password is over there. You can copy and paste it. Go to submit. So you will land in a page like this, right? Here I want you to perform an XSS attack. How can you do that? The problem here is that this is actually a chat box. So whatever you type, it will be displayed over here. So how to perform an exercise over here? See, you are able to understand the logic, right? So this is an example of how we can attack others who are using our same application. Anyone who completed, please raise your hand. So you are using form of an animal. How? Yes. Whatever you are typing is correct. I want you to pop up an animal. That is a task. Same technique. But it's small. This See, actually, this is because of a lot of people are using, right? So some of you are having some issues. So I'll just show you how it is done. Okay, here what is happening here? Okay, we have a winner over here. So what is happening here is that, see, whenever I am typing anything, it is going and storing there. Okay. So what I am doing is that, okay, I am putting this and submitting. Okay, an alert pops up, you got hacked. Why that alert came is that one of you have already got the alert. So this is getting stored over here. Okay, if I am going and coming back again, see, it is getting stored over there. So every time when someone else goes to that particular page, since it is stored, I will be getting the pop-up. See? So this is actually an example of stored accesses. Okay. Now you know now how we can actually hack using the stored accesses. Okay. Okay. We can move on to the next. Okay. Here also it's clear, right, how we are doing it. Yeah. So there is something called SQL injection. Okay. So there is something called SQL injection. So SQL injection is nothing but when there is a SQL database, what we are doing is that we are using some SQL queries to confuse the system and to retrieve some data. Okay. So SQL injection can be used for multiple activities. One is we can actually use an SQL injection to retrieve the data from the database. Okay. We can also perform exercises using SQL injection. We can also perform remote code execution using SQL injection attacks. But most commonly used one is to bypass authentication. Okay. I'll show you one example. If you go to this particular online users can also try. If you go to this particular page, okay, I'll show in my thing. I'm putting admin, it's not working. Admin. In Accunetics, I'll show you in Accunetics first. So when you go to your profile, okay, there is a username and password, okay, but we have a username and password over here. Okay, I am not using that. Instead, I am using, okay, so see, depending on the programming or depending on the type of software they are using, so there are multiple payloads we can use. Okay, one example is payload box is a kind of collection of multiple payloads. If you go here, payload box, you have n number of collection of different payloads that we can use. Okay, if you are using XSS, you can try XSS payload list. Go to intruder. So these are some of the payloads that we can try. Okay, for performing XSS attack. But I want SQL injection, so I am going to SQL injection payload. Authentication bypass. So these are a few payloads which I can try for authentication bypass. Okay. See, so injections are of multiple types. Okay, one is like we told JavaScript injection. Okay, which is called XSS or cross-site scripting. Okay, we are injecting a JavaScript payload. So what do you mean by payload? It's nothing but a malicious code, okay, which is entered in the input field, okay, which is getting reflected in some other page, or which is getting stored and getting executed later on, right? Similarly, there is SQL injection. Okay, SQL injection is nothing but using certain queries, okay, specific scripts. We are trying to get some details or bypass authentication. Okay, in SQL, say for example, I want to can anyone say the logic when we use login page? If user equal to username, right, and password equals password, okay. If username equal to user, password, then allow login. Just a simple term. I am not asking technical scenario or something. Just a simple term. Okay. If username is equal to username, sorry, user equal to username, password equal to password, allow login. Okay. In SQL terms, how will you check for the username? Select star from user, that user table will be there, and we will match with the password which is already stored in the database, right? If the username and the password matches, okay, it will return true. Okay, that is something we have to understand. When the situation or the condition returns true, we are actually getting the answer or the login access. Now, as an attacker, what I am doing is that I am creating a scenario where the given query will always return true. Okay, 1 equal to 1 is true. 0 equal to 1 is false. 1 slash equal to 1 is okay, here we will take it as true. Okay, so we are actually creating a scenario where we are actually giving the system a condition where everything is always true, correct? So using that, we will be able to bypass the particular login. Okay, we will try that. You can also try it in your system. So what I showed was, so see, like I told you, there is lot of payloads. Okay, payloads is scripts. We can try. Sometimes one or two might not work, depending on the type of the programming, or depending on the way the logic is created. One or two might not work. So in order to make things easier, we are using something called payload box, which is a collection of predefined payloads. Okay, we have payloads for accesses, we have payloads for process SQL injection, even command injection, which will come later. So we are actually using that to see if we can perform a SQL injection. Okay, I tried 2-3, it was not working. I am still trying the other one. Okay, we can also try. Go to payload box or search in Google for SQL injection payload. You will get. Okay, I want you to crack the username and password of that particular test PHP website. See, here what is happening is that I got to know that the username and password is test. Okay, but I am not using that. So I am trying to bypass it, right? What I am doing is that the username I am giving test because that is the user I want to track, right? So we got to know that user is test. Okay. Password. I am giving a simple scenario. This is just a small scenario. Okay, forget about this. Okay, admin or 1 equal to 1. Okay, we are trying admin which is not there. Okay, we are giving another condition or 1 equal to 1. Whether this is true, whether this will return true. It's true, right? 1 equal to 1, right? Yeah. So what I am doing is that I am using this particular payload over here. Click enter. See, I am bypassed. Okay. Still not able to understand? See, if you are not able to follow, please ask. I will repeat it again. No problem. Once again. Okay. See, first thing is that we need to understand which user I want to bypass. Okay. For that, below I have a small write-up by the website itself. Because this is a vulnerable website, they want to show us what it is. They have given the password also. Username is test. Password is also test. Okay. I got to know the username is test. Now I need to bypass it. I am creating an SQL statement, okay, where it always returns true. You forget about this. I just put anything. Okay. This is always returning false. Okay. My statement is if this is not there or 1 equal to 1. Okay. This is equal to 1. No. Or this is equal to 1. Yes. First it takes Bunny whether it is equal to 1. No. Or second one whether it is equal to 1. Yes. It turns true, right? It returns true. So if you see here what it is saying is that the second, the username is test. The second one I am putting the payload. So in the login, what it does is that it will map whether username is true. Yes, it is true. Whether password is true, it is returning true. Yeah. So you are able to enter the thing. Right? So this is SQL injection. Now it's clear?
Yes, yes.
Any doubts? Huh? It's clear or any issues? Let me know.
Is it applicable to any other websites?
No, always it would work because this is having a vulnerability, it is working. Okay, so there should be a improper mechanism of verifying the SQL. See, when you are implementing a username or password in a login page in the website, it should be in such a way that it should validate at the server side whether the particular query is correct or not. Okay, any malicious query. So normally what we do is that we will not allow the injection of these particular symbols in the username. If you have seen, kindly avoid using star or then we have very restricted username policy, right? So that is because of this. Okay. And one more thing is that there should be a validation on what queries the user is putting. A query monitoring system should be implemented. Okay. A system, if it is accepting all the queries that a user gives, that is vulnerability, right? He can query anything. So this is one major thing. So this is all depending on the programming. So this is actually vulnerable. So by default, you can try any other login forms. Let's see if we can find any other login form with SQL injection vulnerability. Go to Google, type login. See if any of this is vulnerable. We'll create a report and we'll send. So there is something called responsible disclosure program, where if we identify any vulnerabilities, we try to inform the authorities that okay, there is a vulnerability which needs to be patched. Okay. Sometimes if there is a bug bounty program, how many of you heard about bug bounty? Yeah. So there is bug bounty programs where the authority will acknowledge that okay, we have identified some vulnerabilities for them. They will pay you, or they will acknowledge that okay, you have done a great job by giving you some goodies, so some payment, or even putting their in their website that no responsible disclosure program has been done by this particular person. So this is kind of a fame for hackers. We work for that. Okay, and if you are identifying vulnerabilities in any of the framework, you will get a CVE on your name. What do you mean by CVE? Okay. See, each and every reported excesses, so I'm going to this particular website, I'm searching for a CVE. So each and every reported excesses, okay, will have a CVE number, like where it is reported, if it is the first time it is getting reported, okay. So we will get the CVE number over here, okay, where it was, how it was, and how it got date of record, first identified CV. So if you are identifying it in the first time on a particular software, then you will get a CV on your number, your name. So I have a CV in Joomla. I have identified one vulnerability in Joomla, that is the first time. So they have allotted me a CV. So similar to this, if you are identifying in frameworks for the first time, you will receive a CV on your name, right? So you can try checking any SQL injection in any of the websites. Or you can go to this lab, go to SQL injection, go to this lab, our lab. Go to our lab, go to SQL injection, go to the login. Now try to crack it. this year, I guess, na? Everyone got it? Can we move or should we wait?
What it now? Yes.
No.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is injection attacks. Okay. Then we have something called insecure design. Okay. The next vulnerability is insecure design. Or this happens because of weak or missing or ineffective access controls or control designs. Okay. One example, a movie theater chain that allows group booking will allow only a particular like discount for some people. Okay, 15 people. Attackers, they try to book 100 tickets. Okay, by manipulating it. Okay, that comes under insecure design. Okay, so sometimes you might have seen where some offers will be there, valid for maybe September 20. Okay, after September 20 also when you put the coupon code, it gets accepted. Right? Sometimes. That is also because of insecure design. It doesn't invalidate after that particular time. Then application accepts an image file, but fail to validate the type. Okay, I am able to upload any file I want, exe file, right? So that is a insecure design flow. I will show you one example, very interesting example. You guys in the lab, right? Go to insecure direct object reference, IDOC. Okay. Before that, I need to introduce to one tool. If you have Kali Linux, you can actually open Kali Linux. Otherwise, if you have Burp Suite, go to Burp Suite, Community Edition. Is it installed? I am not sure. I have already given the. Burp Suite is there now? Kali is there, right? In Kali, you will have Burp Suite. In the Kali browser, see if you can access this particular website. I think most of you will be in NAT. So I am not sure whether you will be able to access the system. See if you can access the lab. Just copy and paste the thing in the Kali browser. If it is coming well and good, otherwise we will change the adapter settings.
Are you posting it on the server, sir?
I am hosting the server. It's NAT, right?
Yes.
So the username and password for Kali is KALI, Kali. And go to applications. The first menu, top left. If you go to applications, you will have something called verb suit, or you can search for that. Kali?
There it is, sir.
No, it's not working.
Not coming, sir. Your application should not work.
Sir, in applications you have to go for so there is a search for verb suit. When you are clicking verb suit, you will get something like this. Is everyone in the same page? You got verb suit, right? Okay. So, I think most of you are in the same page, right? So, you're on this page. Now what you have to do is that click next. Okay. Start verb. So you will land in this page. Okay.
Yes, sir.
You're on different page.
Go to dashboard. First option dashboard.
Sorry.
First option. Dashboard. Yeah.
See, this is actually a tool which is mainly used the hacking. Okay, I mean the penetration testing or vulnerability assessment. So this has 3 different versions. One is the community edition, which is free to use. We have certain limitations, like we don't have complete access to the entire entire menu. But if you are buying a pro version, it's a bit costly, but you have complete access to various applications. Various menu options. Then we have enterprise edition, which is much costlier with cloud support and all. We have APIs which can be integrated to our tools. Okay, so we commonly use community edition for the events or personal use. And if you see here, the first tab will be dashboard. Okay, where you have all the like vulnerability details over here, and you have certain scanning activities over here. Okay, this is common for pro and community. Okay, now second is target. Okay, so before that I need to show how Burp works. Okay, I'll use the whiteboard. So normal scenario, what happens is that we will have a client. Okay.
It's not visible. Write it down, sir.
Okay. We have a client. Okay. This is a client. We have a browser. We have the World Wide Web or the internet. Okay. So normally client connects to the internet. Okay. Now say for example I need to connect to a website. Okay. What is actually a website? It's just a page which is stored in a server, right? And is accessible in a particular port. Most of the time 80. If it is using SSL 443, okay, and the client requests client request give me index.php, correct? The server identifies the request, gives response 200, okay, and the page, correct? And you have the page. Okay. So what exactly is happening is that the browser browser shows the page based on the codings, right? It has certain interpreters or whatever it is. It takes the page or the response, based on the response it will show the thing to the client. But what happens here is that in verb suite, when you are using a verb, it creates a proxy. Okay, it creates a proxy, okay, which a virtual proxy server, and
So, in that camera.
it also sits between the server and the client. Okay. Okay, verb suite proxy, it sits between the server and the client in the client side only. So this comes under the client side. Okay, the same system. What happens is that when the client requests something, okay, to the server, it is withheld in the verb, and from verb it goes to the server. Okay. Now what happens is that when the server gets the request, it identifies this, sends back the response, right? Again, the response also will be held in the proxy, and then it will be sent to the client. Okay. What happens here is that we can either monitor, okay, what is the transaction happening, or we can manipulate it, both request and the response. Okay. The thing here, verb will only intercept HTTP protocols. Okay. Unlike other, if you use network monitoring tools like Wireshark and all, it uses TCP. It can also intercept TCP traffic. Okay. But verb only uses HTTP protocols. Okay. There are other tools for intercepting, but in general I am saying verb only intercepts or monitors HTTP traffic. Okay. Now, when you request some web page, okay, to a client, to a server. Say for example, I want to connect to www.cdac.in. Okay, the browser will initiate the request. Okay, and you know how it goes, right? Like it queries the DNS server, finds IP, connects it. Okay, currently I'm not bothered about that. We will be focusing on the application part, application layer. So what happens is that in the request, if you capture the HTTP request, it will be like this: get/index.html or something like this. Most of the time it is indexed. You know that, right? When you are coding a web page, you will know that the landing page should be indexed. Okay. Then we have the protocol HTTP 1/1. Okay. Then we have host, to which we are connecting to. Okay. Then we have certain header files. Okay. Content type. Then we have something like access controls, and a lot of other things are there. Okay. We have what else we have? See, these are all common things. Okay. And again, depending on the configuration of this, we can actually change. Okay. So mainly we have origin, referrer, origin of the request, referrer URL. Okay. So these type of things will come. Then we have the body. Okay. In the body we have certain parameters. Say for example, if it is get, normally we don't have much parameters. But if it is a post request or even get also have parameter when it comes for a user. Say for example, if I am searching for dashboard, okay, I am accessing a dashboard of a web application. Get/dashboard user ID admin. You might have seen something like this, no? Okay. So this is the HTTP request, okay, in the application layer. But in the URL, if you see, it will be like cdat.in/dashboard user equals admin. Okay, this is the URL of this particular request. Okay, what happened in the body? It changed to a parameter over here. That's it, nothing much. Okay, this we can actually see in the book. Okay, this makes it easier to work on. Okay, and when you give this, there will be a response from the server, right? So the server response will be 200. Okay, same way, headers are there. Then we have other data. Okay, the headers include something like this: content type, okay, accept cookie, cookie control, all those things. Okay, here also cookie will be there at times. Okay, so this is the response, request and response headers, right? So I will So when you are viewing in burp, each and every, I told you burp acts as a proxy, right? Each and every request that is going from the browser, when we configure it to intercept in burp, it will go through burp. Okay, so I will show you how, but whatever URLs we are actually accessing through burp, it can come under target. Okay, we are not bothered much about target. This is something which we need to understand. Proxy. Okay, so there is a tab called proxy where intercept on and off is there. If you keep the intercept on, okay, if you keep the intercept on, the traffic will be intercepted over here. Okay, I'll show you once. I'm clicking open browser. The browser will open. Okay, this is a inbuilt web browser. Localhost 1337. That is my IP. So, say I am getting my lab over here. I am going to proxy tab, intercept on. Now I am refreshing it. If you see here, I am getting the request over here. I'll say it again. Okay, I'm saying it again. In the burp proxy tab, open browser, it will open the browser. Okay, now go to intercept. Intercept is off. This button is there. Click on that. Now it will say intercept is on. That means the proxy is active and we are ready to intercept the traffic. Go to the browser, go to any website. I am just refreshing the same website. You can see that the request is getting intercepted over here. Okay. So like I have shown you, we have the get request. Okay. We have the host, cache control, all the other parameters, right? We are able to do this. Okay. Everyone is in burp. Everyone is in burp. Okay. All are in burp page, right? In the top third one, there is a proxy tab. There is a proxy. right? Click on proxy tab, you will see something like this. Okay? Click on open browser. It will open a browser. Okay? Not opening. Error. What error? Okay. You are using in Kali, right? Sometimes it will create an error. Go to open Firefox. I'll show you another method. Go to Firefox. Unfortunately, I don't have Firefox, but I will explain. You can do it. Okay? In Firefox, go to Firefox in Kali. Keep the browser, keep the burp suite open. I'll download Firefox. If you are in Firefox, go to settings. Settings में there is go down. There is something called network. In the settings, okay, network options or something like that. Sorry, yeah, network settings is there, no? In that there is something called manual proxy. Luckily, I was able to download. Give me a minute. I have downloaded Firefox. I will set it up and show you. So what we are basically doing is that we are actually creating a proxy in our system where all the traffic is getting intercepted. If you go to settings, in the general tab, okay, in the general tab, go to network settings. Network settings below. Click on settings. There is something called manual proxy configuration. Click on manual proxy configuration. Now enter the localhost number IP, that is 127.0.0.1. Okay, 127.0.0.1. Now in the port, type 8080. Okay, and there is a check mark. Also use this proxy for HTTPS. Click on that. You are able to follow, right? After this you are completed, right? Yeah. Now click on OK. Since we are using a third-party browser, we need to import a certificate for SSL communication. Okay? Like I told you, Burp will create a proxy and communicate with the browser, right? Server, right? So the server might not. The server might not be using, might be using SSL, and it will be difficult for Burp to decode it. Okay? To avoid that, we are introducing our own certificate. Okay? As a root certificate, we will be introducing that so that it can decrypt and show us. So what we are doing is that, make sure that the Burp is running. My Burp is running. In the Firefox, in another tab, go to http://burp, B-U-R-P. Open a new tab, go to http://burp. HTTP DURP. Open a new tab and type this and press enter. Okay, if everyone is in this page, the setup is successful. Okay, now click on this CS certificate. One two seven. Okay, click on this CS certificate. It will download one certificate for you. cscert.der. Right? Now go to the settings page again. Click on privacy and security. Okay. Go down. There is certificate option will be there. HTTP. Go to certificates. There is an option for view certificates. Click on that. Below there is a import option. Everyone is on the same page. Are you following? If any difficulties, we will go slow. Not a problem. Any issues? Anyone behind? See, sometimes when you are typing 8080, sometimes it won't come. You can change to 8081. I'll show you again. See, two major things you have to remember is that if you are using burp suite in Kali, you have to open burp suite in Kali itself. Sorry, Firefox in Kali itself. If you are using burp suite in Kali and open Firefox in setting Firefox in Windows, it won't work because it has to create in the environment itself. Otherwise, there is other settings also, but it's too difficult for you. So, if you are using Kali and burp suite inside Kali, use the Firefox within Kali itself, okay, and set up the entire thing. How to set up? I am repeating it again. First thing is, go to settings of this particular Firefox, go to General tab, go down, you have network settings. In network settings, there is a settings option. Click that, click on manual proxy configuration, clearly type 127.0.1 okay, and port 8080. If some people are having issues in 8080 because 8080 port many other applications might be using if you are hosting something. So at that time you have to change over here and you have to change in burp also. I will explain that later. But in normal scenario 8080, once you are using this, click on this particular check mark. Also use this for HTTPS. After that, click on OK. Okay. Now make sure that burp is open in the same window. I mean in the same environment. Burp should be open. Create a new tab. Type http://burp burp. Okay. If this page comes, that means the proxy is correct. Okay, the configurations are correct. Go to CS certificate, click it, it will download a CS certificate for you. Okay, you can close this. Once it is downloaded, you can close this. Go to settings, go to privacy and security. Okay, go down. There will be a option called certificates. Click on view certificates. Click on import. Okay. Go to where you have downloaded the certificate. Click on open. Kindly note, when you are opening, this is one important thing. When you are opening the certificate, you will see two check marks. Trust this CA to identify websites. Trust this CA to identify email users. Click both of it. Make sure you have click it, otherwise it will not work. Okay? Click on OK. Again, click on OK. So, I hope everyone has imported the
For us, non-monthly, will continue.
No, it's okay. We'll take it. Even there will just. So up to this, if you are ready, then we are ready to go. If you have any issues, let me know where you are stuck. I am repeating the certificate import again. See, once you have downloaded the CA certificate, go to Firefox settings, come to the privacy and security tab, click on privacy and security tab, go down, there will be an option called certificates. Okay, click on view certificates. Okay, there is an option called import. Click on import, go to the certificate which you have downloaded earlier. Okay, it might be in downloads or wherever you have downloaded. Click on that, click on open. Okay, there will be two check marks that you have to click. Once you have clicked, press OK. Again, click on OK. That's it. To test this, go to Google, google.com, Okay. Once Google is coming, go to burp suite, turn intercept on. Okay. Again go to the browser, refresh the page, see if something is coming like this in the burp suite. If this is coming, the entire setup is successful. Okay, we will take a 5 minutes break. Meanwhile, if you have any issues, let us know. Fine. Because we are set up in one. Your important task. Go to Google. Yeah. See, you have to search in Firefox. You have to go to Google in Firefox because we have set up a proxy in Firefox. Okay, so it will work only on Firefox. If you go to Chrome, it will work fine. If you want intercept, okay, you have to go to. It's fine.
వచ్చి కూర్చొని బాగా వస్తుంది టైం మీతో
Thank you. It's clear, no? Everyone, it's okay, right? And you are asking Firefox to go only to proxy. So you know, proxy is not. No, we can't do. See, here the issue is that see, when you are setting it, when you are setting the proxy, you are actually asking Firefox to go, like whatever request it is taking, it should go via the proxy. Okay. So what Firefox does is that it will search for the proxy available on port number 80, and if it is available, the request will be transferred to that particular proxy. From there, we are forwarding the request. So when you are turning off the proxy, I mean intercept, or when you are shutting down the burp, okay, when you are closing the burp suite, there is no proxy available. So the Firefox will say that proxy is refusing connection. Okay, this error will come. Is it clear? Can we move forward? See, this is main step towards penetration testing, because burp suite is known as hacker's friend. So through burp suite we can actually attack almost any web application. So the credentials, management, everything we can see in the burp suite. Any doubts from the participants or online participants? You can ask now. We'll try to clarify. See, first time it will be like a bit difficult, I know, but this is the basic thing. Once you are done with burp suite interception, then you will be able to learn on your own. Any doubts till now? That is logging. So when you are putting 127.0.0.1, whatever traffic is there, it will be looped back to your IP. See 127, you might have seen some memes or not, like nothing like home 127.0.0.1. So 127.0.0.1 is your IP. Okay, that is a local host. Okay. So if you are hosting anything on your system, say for example if you are hosting a server on your system and you want to try it, either you can go for local host or you can type 127.0.0.1 and the port which you are running on. So it will reflect your IP. So it's nothing but your IP. So what you are creating is that you are creating a proxy within your system. So how it works is that the Firefox will check for the proxy within our system itself, and the burp will say that okay, my proxy is ready, it will connect there. It's common for all. But you are setting it up in Firefox. So that is why only in Firefox it is working. Yeah.
Instead of that one, we can change like OC.
It won't work because I want to proxy to be in my right. See, whatever request it goes, it should be in my system. Then only I can view it, right? So that is why we are actually giving 127.0.0.1, which is localhost. Localhost is nothing but my system. And if you are configuring on some other host, okay. Say for example, while doing mobile pen testing, we will be doing we will be giving the mobile IP address as host, so that it will be like looping there. Or sometimes the vice versa. Like most of the time, what we do is that we will set up the burp here in the host system, and in the mobile proxy we will say the IP of this particular system instead of 127, because it won't loop back. It will transmit the request to this particular proxy. So my system acts as the proxy there. Here, proxy is my system, client is also my system. Okay, but the only difference is that the client is Firefox over here. Okay, we have to take in that sense. The browser is the client over here right now, and the proxy is within my system. So client and proxy running in same system. What do you mean by proxy?
Script. It's like
Sorry?
It's a script.
Script. Duplicate. Okay. Proxy is nothing but intermediate kind of a system. Okay. You can term it as a server. So what it does is that currently in burp, speaking about burp, it will capture all the traffic, okay, request and response. It will hold and we can actually control. Okay. Sometimes we can actually use this for networking purposes. Say for example, if your organization creates a proxy, all the traffic will be communicating through that. So they can actually monitor. Okay, they can install some certain softwares to monitor what you browse. Okay. So every traffic will be going through that, and they can set rules in their proxy. Okay. So burp is acting as a proxy over here, managing all the traffic. We can start, right? So now you got this. Now what I am doing is that in the Firefox I am putting the local host or 127.0.0.1.1337. Like I told, till now I was putting local host. Now I am putting my own IP. It is coming here. Okay, but it won't come on your system because it is hosted in my system. Okay, so go to the lab. You must turn intercept off, otherwise it won't work. It will not work. Turn the intercept off. Go to the browser Firefox. Type the IP address of the lab which we were telling. If you are able to open the lab, already lab, we are able to open lab, right? See, sometimes the proxy, since you are configuring proxy, you have to turn the intercept off in burp. Then only it will work. But don't close burp, then also it won't work because there is no proxy. Burp should be on. Actually, we are running a bit late in time, so what happens is that now you are in this thing. Go to insecure direct object reference. Go to insecure direct object reference lab. Third lab. Go to ticket sales. Sorry, not opening. See, for the lab to work, two things are required. One, burp should be opened, and go to proxy, intercept should be turned off. Okay? In Firefox, open your lab. I mean in the Kali itself. So order lab. See, everyone is in the same page, right? Any issues? See, once you are here, go to tickets, ticket sales. Okay, this is one interesting exercise. So the price of one ticket is 10 rupees, sorry, $10, and the amount of money in my account is 40. Okay, if I am buying one, okay, I'll just increase. Okay, so amount of one ticket is $10. Amount in my account is $1,000. Okay, I am buying 2 tickets. How much it should go? 980 is the balance. Now I am buying 3 more. How much it should come? Sorry? $950. I want you to perform an attack and identify how we can actually manipulate this purchasing to get a ticket for just 1 rupee or $1. For that, one thing I can show you is, when you are purchasing the ticket, to go to verb, click intercept on, go back, then click buy. See, I am explaining it once again. What you have to do, when you are buying this particular ticket, make sure your verb suite intercept is on. Select number of tickets, click buy. You can see something coming up over here. Okay? When you click forward, it will buy it. Okay, till then, the request will be held in the browser, verb suite. That is a clue. Now you have to explore how we can actually manipulate the ticket. And don't try it on Book My Show. They will come for you. Got no? Very good. We have a winner over there. See, there are certain booking applications. Okay, I'm not specifying what type of ticket, but there are certain booking applications vulnerable to this attack. So don't try it. If you are planning to try, forget my name, please. So this is called a design flow, insecure design. Okay, this is a top 10 vulnerability, which is insecure design. There is no proper secure design pattern. Okay, it is actually, we are allowed to change the logic of this. Okay, it's almost 4, I think. So I will just show you how it is done. Okay. So what is happening? Can you listen over here? See, we are, due to lack of time, I am just showing it, and we will wind it up today's session. So what I am doing is that when I am buying a ticket, I am putting 2 tickets. Okay. If you go here, you will be able to see that amount is 2. That is the number of tickets, and there is ticket money is 10. Okay, that is $10. I am converting this ticket money to 1. Okay, and I am forwarding the request. If you go here, you can see that it accepted that the money is $1 and my amount is $998.
Yes.
Okay, so this is a insecure design example. Okay, so thank you for today's session. If you have any doubts, you can ask. I'll be available.
Any questions you can have?
அப்படியா நீங்கள் நான் ஒன்று காஞ்சிட்டேன் எவ்வளோ நாள் ஃபீட்பேக் போட்டியா நாங்களும் ஃபீட்பேக் பண்ணணுமா நம்மளும்
Okay. So the third floor now, we are going already tired.
Also completed and they can leave because buses will be waiting for you. You shut down the systems and leave.
close
Tomorrow compulsory not to come, okay? Attendance will be there.
I'm having attendance. Shut up.